if we take a quick detour, apologies side, I will get back into that. Let's see. Seems to be a pretty good run. Bren already made new water court. From what I know, Bren got the jump. Got this jump, right? But turtled the landing, right? Jumped here and turtled. I don't know, was there a better one than that? Oh, Brent got halfway through the floor? Oh, I didn't hear at all. Okay, okay. Well, we're gonna check it out. More than halfway. Yeah, I see the water court marker is there on 14 right now. Yeah, we're gonna continue. We still have a couple maps on the map requests, but let's check out this hazard run. Hello, Gejag. Hello, Punny Mule. Yeah, hazard has reached the floor indeed, and we're taking a small detour from map requests to check out this run, and then we're getting back. Hour 30. Okay, good to know. Well, Hazard, we know these next few parts, but could be that there's something more found now. I am clueless this time about the Bren progress, so we're kinda just checking this out. See what happens. Usually I'm a little bit more informed, but I'm just kind of, you know, jumping in. Oh, makes it to the ring. This is floor 13, yeah. Bren is not yet on floor 14 from what I'm hearing. Well, Bren is water court, but the height is... Even though the height is on the floor 14 range, it's not, like, in terms of progression, it's not there. I know, Jalet. A weird month. We haven't even finished requests right now. We're just checking this run because Hazard, for the first time, I think... is it even the first time? Well, Hazard at least is on floor 13 right now. I don't know. This looks like the first run, considering how long it's taking to figure out the path here. Yeah, so we're just not missing this one. So then, I suppose it's gonna be here, flip onto the turbo, chaining this section, jump over here. Unless the cut is somewhere here, because I haven't fully seen it. So, let's see. The personal best is probably this loop here, right? This loop goes pretty high. So that's probably it. So the PB... floor 13, but it goes really high. No, my personal best is not on floor 13. Actually. Lands. Flip. Looks good. Bit of a two-wheel landing. Omits the line. Lands it. Oof. Nicely done. It doesn't seem like a super heavy speed check. It's more about the line you take through the ramp, right? Very clean. Yeah, I think it's really just more about the aim. Making sure you take the ramp at the best possible line. No, I usually... Yesterday I already moved my camera so that I wouldn't hide the rest of the tower, but now we're kind of jumping in at short notice. They discovered the shortcut together. They've discovered a lot of stuff together on this map. Really being like a collaboration. Well, plastic works. And then I suppose we go on the bobsleigh. It was a bit close, but lands it. I'll get rid of the plugin when we go fully into the cast. Just checking this run. Because I will need to turn it on again. Don't know if it's that distracting. Suppose I have time. Yeah, it was right there. That works. Well, ready to try. What's it gonna be? Into the bobsleigh. Clean landing. Good line. The turbo. Very clean. Taking more speed. Again. Around. How many times do you need to do this? Dear Lord. Okay. Wow. What a section. Landed though. Clean landing. Man, it really looks like you might get pretty disoriented during that. But Hazard nails it. What on earth is this floor? Already ready to go then? %76.6% by the way. Then onto the pipe, into the window. Looks like a sideways landing next. Nails it. Similar to the final floor 10, the plastic landing. But a little bit more forgiving without the plastic. A lot of like strange elements on this floor. I suppose you would go here, jump up there, up here. Kind of makes sense. This is new wood surface, so you need to be a little bit careful, I suppose. Or are these custom blocks maybe? It's hard to say. Is it gonna be custom wood or like, you know, tarmac or... It's wood, okay. No, this is live. We're taking a small break from map requests that I still need to finish. To check this run from Hazard. It's wood as in the new wood. I understood, miss, but yeah. Wood. Two-hour run. In true Hazard fashion. Well, here we go. Onto the wood. Super high grip surface. Need to be a little bit careful. The turn rate is so fast on this. Looks great. Hazard makes it. That looks so scary because the turn rate on this surface, it's a new surface from last November. It is so ridiculous. So now it's the shortcuts. I don't even know where the normal way goes from here, so probably wouldn't even be able to tell. Kind of looks like the window is the way to go though. Well. This is the water court height, but oof. Lands so close to turtling. So this is the shortcut way. All right. Onto the dirt, perhaps. Is that it? I'll just follow. Need new underwear, says Hazard. Spooky. On the dirt. Looks like a jump straight on the platform then. Works. Gets it. And now I have no clue what's gonna happen next. We'll just let Hazard cook. We'll see. Plastic and then lower platform here. Some juicy flickering. Do we go over? Probably not over there. That's floor 11, I suppose. Looks pretty scary. Turn around and then back to the other direction. Alright. We'll let Hazard cook. This is such a huge contrast to floor 12. Like, so much pathfinding So many sort of weird angles and tricks and jumps. Plastic wall. Lands it. Always scary when you do that for the first time, but it didn't look very punishing. Very unforgiving. I suppose the ramp up here, that looks to be it. Then below, okay, this looks wild. Hazard did go for the shortcut, yes. That's where waterguard is. Is it the next jump still? Oh, it's the plastic bounce, the fall into the plastic bounce. That's either makes or breaks the waterguard. Okay, let's hope. This is my first time seeing these sections. I haven't caught up with Brent's session from today. Turbos, and then the jump. Lands. So now it's the coin flip. You throw the coin down below. And then you hope. Where do you want to exactly bounce? Not over here, hopefully. That looks rough. Yeah, you want to bounce on the plastic, but what's the end goal? Oh, here. Oh, I completely missed this one. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. No. Yeah, I didn't see it from the perspective here. Well, Hazard, trying it out now. Let's hope. No air brake. Oh, jumps too far, it seems. A bit too much speed. So what Hazard tried to do there is drop down, but then keep accelerating. Because when you keep accelerating, the car will fall down faster. So that could actually be something as well. So you can accelerate the fall by keeping the you know, acceleration. It could have promising results, but I think with that strat you need to do such a careful fall, you know? You have to drop down so carefully, right? You can't have any speed at all, basically. But it was a good attempt for sure. Not a PF setup, unfortunately. So then you take speed from here, turbo, up to the right, I suppose. Or to the left. The right, left. Every single section here is so hard to understand. Or maybe, no, actually, no, here. Yeah, to the left, upside down. And then you bounce up here. Wow. Wet wheel, plastic climb here. Jump over here. Then around here, I guess. Jump to the window. Into the turbo. Into this bowl thing. Bounce down here. This is wrong. No. Okay, that's another section then. Well, you go here for sure. This is what you skip with the cuts? Oh. So where do you want to actually end up? Is it somewhere up here? Because this kind of makes sense, right? You jump up, you go into the plastic. Wet plastic beam is still correct, okay. So you jump here and then... What, down? Oh, there is a pool here. I suppose you go down here. Okay, okay, yeah, alright. Okay, okay. Now I see. And then to the turbo. Wall right. Wall right. Up. Looks like. And then here. No. Not up. Oh, you want to land on the plastic then? Okay, land on the plastic. And then water. How long is this floor? Dear lord. Okay. Well, still not. You want to jump like all the way from here as well? Jump over here to the ramp? That it? Okay, Hazard is moving back now. Yeah, already back on the shortcut. So we can follow. Your insight is meaningless? What insight? I am not in the cast yet, so I have absolutely no idea what there is on this floor. Haven't seen the pathing. Well, landing again. So then... right now, there are more insightful. If you want someone who actually knows what's happening there, there's definitely people who are spectating this run right now that you can check instead. We're just checking this during other plans, because it's a big run. So, absolutely, go to Twitch. There's gonna be many people who have much better idea of what to do here. No, it's okay. There's one more thing about this, it's that the wall here is also plastic. So there could be a double bounce as well. Right? So you could drop down, and you could bounce on the wall as well. Even though these surfaces look completely different, these are same material. The glass is plastic. So I do wonder if it could be something there. Glass is glass. It functions as plastic. Unless they made custom glass blocks. Glass, yes. Surface-wise, glass is plastic. So it will bounce you. This glass looks a little bit different because it's stylized. But this absolutely works like plastic. So there could be like a... I don't know if it would really help. Anyway, like, I don't know if it would help the line at all. Plexiglass, yeah, there we go. Thank you guys, thank you guys. But I do acknowledge that I'm very unprepared for this floor right now. This run came a little bit too early for me to get into the sort of new developments. Everybody is unprepared for this floor. That's kind of what it looks like. Even the mapper was unprepared with the shortcut. Backwards and you accelerate to hook front wheels. and then flip into the gap with the plastic bones. It could be backwards, yeah. There's the famous ass bounce in Trackmania, which is usually pretty strong. A lot of the time the ass bounce into the plastic is going to be like a higher bounce. The problem is stopping the rotation when you go backwards. The ass bounce, that's the scientific term. But the thing is that you can't air brake when you go backwards, right? Because you're already pressing backwards, so you can't air brake, you know? That's the issue. So I don't really know, like maybe you need to just do like a full backflip. You can with counter steer? Oh, you can. It might be a little bit dicey though, like sometimes it might not work, you know? If you like spam left and right, then it might be, you know, happening. Like, I've played enough Kaki to know how difficult it is to stop the rotation sometimes, if you can't air brake. Well, it's gonna be the attempt. Maybe. Super low speed. Maybe a full backflip, or... Well, let's see. Let's hope. Good try. Good try. Didn't try to stop the rotation, or at least... I didn't notice inputs, you know? But it could just be that you don't need to do it. Did he try to do counter steering? Yeah, the height was better. It does seem like it rotates the right amount. I don't know if the glass will help though. Like, that's the thing, like, is the glass really going to help you, or is it gonna push you, like, somewhere where you don't want to be? It's kind of hard to say. Like, there could be a strat with the glass. There's no wall on the other side. Hello, Jan. Sure, Chroma. Brand's attempt, you mean? Or Hazard? Yeah, okay. Did he do any inputs during the fall? Virtual fixed the plugin and FPS issues? Oh yeah? Virtual did join the server, but I figured that was just for spectating Hazard. He's doing the cut, and you're gonna see it in just a moment, hopefully. Downgraded his GPU driver. Interesting. Yeah, we've had some... I've dealt with problems with drivers as well in this game. So I feel virtual. Oh, here we go again. Back to the endless looping. Try not to get too dizzy. This is such a wild idea to throw into this map though. It's kind of incredible. Works. Good timing. a bit far on the jump, but it works. It's always so scary. The dirt gets rid of the wet wheels at least, so... This is a water guard attempt. Tight water guard on the best sort of progress on this run. Getting closer to it as well. A bit to the left. Oh, that's gonna be rough. Floor 10 save. Floor 11. I mean, floor 13 save. Okay, where are we? Wait. This is where we want to go anyway. Can you... No, it's... I guess it's lower. No, yeah, it's lower than this. Floor 12. Yeah, I don't know if there's anything better. Not that bad. Hazard is on keyboard. I think you have to just drop down here. I don't know if you can drop down on the ramp. That would be the safest landing spot, probably. You could get, like, the easiest angle for it, but then, like, you might not get the jump through the hole anymore. I don't know if... Maybe that's doable, too. Gonna try to do a very small controlled jump here. Next to the hole. Works. Scary. Scary, but there's enough space there. So then it's the last two parts of floor 12 again. This one works, always scary. The ending looks like a good line. Lands it. Nice. Good control, so here we are. Virtual didn't... yeah, maybe Virtual still has problems with the plugin. Could be that that's still something. Oh well, welcome everyone. So Hazard back to the beginning of the floor. Yeah, floor 12 seems to be like a really good recovery spot for this floor as well. In specific places at least. Virtual back on the server. And Hazard. Back to the bobsleigh, almost. So then, we go back. Looping. It's 4 loops, right? That's 2, 3, 4, and then you go. Great aim. You need to build speed. Because of the turbo at the bottom, you can build speed there multiple times, so you just do that. That looks scary. Like the exit there, you need to time it right and you might get pretty disoriented. Okay, feeling so much more confident. This is Hazard's first time on 413, but has been doing this floor a couple times now because of some mistakes. So already looking so much more confident after like 3 times of doing these sections. This jump hopefully works. It's more centered and it will work. So now we get to the shortcut. Drop down. Works. Here we go. Do you think we'll ever see the internet route here? Probably on the checkpoint version or on the floor versions maybe, but it seems like the shortcut has now taken the lead. Well, as we've said before, this really is like players versus the map. And you know, the players will try to gain advantage. They've been playing for 16 days now, a ridiculous amount of hours, so I feel like they do deserve this one shortcut. And we're back. Doesn't seem to be too tough for Hazard to get into this point, but this is the world record attempt. So here, if this bounce works this time, could be it. Seeming to try it a little bit more diagonally. So, yeah, the speed here seems to be so important. The bounce last time backwards was good. Just a really careful fall. There's plastic below that you need to bounce on. Okay. Where's the speed? Still a little bit too much. It looks like it's low, but that's just because the wall is going to be this wood surface that grips you. Fix the title. We still have map requests to do after this. We're just jumping in to check this Hazard attempt. Now that it's going. I will get to like full-time deep dip later, but right now I'm just watching this Hazard run. Laxity XDDing in the chat. We've seen this before from the mappers. Well, back we go. Jump. Very good. Very consistent. After only a few tries here. PF setup would mean that there's like a press forward setup. PF means press forward. So some people are kind of thinking that there could be like a consistent setup that you just need to figure out and then it works every time. And there could be something like nothing too like mechanically difficult, but the strat might be difficult to find. But I guess we'll see. Can you show later the correct way without shortcut? I don't even know what it is. We can try to scout it later. Back we go then. Gaining speed. Number 3. And then number 4. And then we go. Line. Looks great. Here we go. Landing. Back to the wood. Just these jumps and then it's a shortcut again. Makes just fine. It does really feel like... Is there a clip of the cut? Well, it's here. This is the cut. Dropping down here. It is a classic hazard run, yeah. 2.5 hours right now. On the clock. But it, yeah, it really does feel like... Good landing. Does it really feel like the challenge here is a lot about the pathfinding? I suppose the cut, we'll take that as part of the pathfinding challenge. So cuts are allowed. Specifically allowed in the rules. High jump. Good line. And back we are. Getting a lot of attempts here now. So needs to bounce on the floor and then jump to the gap on the other side of the floor. We'll see. I really don't know what the strat could be. There could be some like fairly simple setup that the players just need to find through trial and error. Hazard is still trying the backward strat though. It does, like, on the very first attempt backwards, it did result in enough height. It's just a little bit less speed, I guess, this time. Yeah, this is less speed. The car doesn't bounce correctly though. Oh, upside down. Oh no, the wood grip as well. It's the wooden wall grip that destroys it. Thank you, Nando, for this wall surface. Well, it is still a tight world record. Still a tight world record. And Hazard got a lot of attempts on this. So I feel like we do have a lot of like info on this now. There's a lot of science. Tried it forwards, tried it backwards, with more speed, with less speed. So it doesn't seem like the rest of the floor is too tough for Hazard right now. And probably not for Bren either. Like, Hazard is just, you know, did these sections like 4 or 5 times now. And they're doing pretty nicely, right? So, yeah. There is a dot. There is a flickering dot on the plastic. It's true. It's a beam. But I think that's floor 12 scenery. This is floor 12 scenery, so it's probably not like a... I don't think it's gonna be like a visual cue for the bounce. I really don't think so. Like, would they coordinate floor 12 scenery for this? I doubt it. I do wonder what the intentional way is. Here. So, you are... I can't find anything on this floor. Dear lord, man. Here, right? So where do you actually... Where are you meant to go? Wait, it's not this. No, it's not even that. This is some... No, it is this. It is this. Up here, right? So, to the window, onto the beam, in here. Is this the way? Okay, so window, beam, here, then jump this window, and then the plastic bowl. Bounce down here, wall right. This is ice wall right, by the way. So you have to like slide over, jump over here, and then you go around, and then I suppose the plastic, and then you go here. Yeah, this is kind of wild. Missed one jump even. Yeah, this is a pretty long and looks really difficult as well. So the players will probably take that skip. Honestly, this looks kind of fun as well. This looks fun to watch. So I'm a little bit sad for the mappers too, but considering that there's really no other shortcuts that have made the map easier, like, yeah, the players probably deserve one at this point. As I said, it's players versus the map, in some sense. More so than players against each other. So, you know, creativity and pathfinding sometimes results in these kinds of things. It is not going to be patched. I do not think so. I think it's gonna stay like this until the event is over. Maybe they could patch it after that. I don't know. But yeah, I think this is how it's gonna stay. Well, here we are. Hazard not moving, I don't think. So the run, we can be pretty sure is over here. But a really sick run, honestly. Tight water guard, so much information on the entire floor until this point. But there's still like almost half of the floor left, it feels. Maybe like 1/3 if we also include the stuff that's skipped with the shortcut. But yeah, it looks like there's still a lot left. And then there's floor 14, then there's floor 15 and 16, and then the ending. Oof, okay. Probably not new mic, because it's related to floor 12 scenery. We kind of looked at it, but it's one of these floor 12 scenery beams. So I really doubt they would use that as like a visual cue. Pretty sure it's just, you know, decoration here. Would you consider Deep Dip 2 to be the hardest Trackmania 2020 map? Depends how we quantify it, because there can be a map that requires more mechanical precision that has checkpoints on it, but just like a survival challenge, yeah, this is probably the hardest survival challenge. Like getting from the beginning to the end. Yeah. But it kind of depends on what metric you're using, I suppose. Is it true that it took Carl Jr. 66 hours to find the floor 30? Stop. Stop with the 66 hours. Already. Okay, guys. So, no one passed floor 6 right now, and I was just taking like a small break, because I have been also doing other things today. As like a little bit of variation. So right now I still have 4 more map requests that I will go through, and then we will be on Deep Dip 2 for the entire rest of the day. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the tier 1 sub to 66 hours. I think someone also gifted Bob Parker at some point, so that's the theme. Appreciate it. The 66 hours joke is that there was a rumor that floor 16 took 66 hours to validate, which is not true. That's it. Just saying one thing. Oh. Okay. XDD. The mapper says that is the information we have acquired from this floor 13 grind so far. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter. Thank you for the gifts up to Bob Parker as well. +1 info gained, +1 sub to Bob Parker. I appreciate you guys. Hazard is dead. The run is over, so probably just taking a break, probably maybe checking the clips and, you know, figuring out what the strat might be for this plastic boss. But yeah, out of respect for the people who sent in their map requests a little bit earlier, as you might see on the stream title, we still have 4 map requests to do, so we will do those. We have these 4 maps that we will check out. So the deep dip stuff will continue. It will continue after these, which is maybe gonna take 1 hour. So we'll do those. You're welcome to stay, of course, but I do understand that most people want to follow deep dip too. So yeah, well, if there's another like Walter Court run suddenly, then I might jump back in, but it's probably gonna take a little bit longer anyway. Haven't had too much extra time, honestly. Last night basically went to sleep and then back to stream. Almost. Well, here we are again. Mada on floor 8. Simo playing as well. Hazard not currently playing, but we'll get into all of this. Yeah, no. I will check in. So let's click this off, and also I will do one more thing. Move that thing. That should be good. Okay. So here we are then. Mada 975 PB. I think it's gonna be this quarter pipe. Or wait, no. Hold on. 975 has to be floor 9. I feel like 950 is roughly this quarter pipe. I don't know if you can get the height from these jumps here. So I think Mada has made it to floor 9. And, well, knows what to do. We've seen Mada attempt this, but haven't seen Mada clear this. Yeah, that's like 940, 950. Okay. So, there's like a few things that I'm probably haven't seen, but we've now seen Hazard's run a little bit earlier. That was tight water, so we know our way around floor 13. Turn around. Looks like a good line. Big jump. Oh, this is what? That looked like Mada aimed here. Wait, is this some... What is this? What is going on? What? Huh? What? Wait, hold on. Have we been doing a shortcut all along? Have we been doing a shortcut all this time? Is jumping directly here a shortcut? What? There's a path here as well? What do you mean? What? No, this looks like the intended path. It might be like an intentional shortcut, of course. But like this looks a lot easier, you know? You need so much less speed. Maybe it's a recovery route, yeah? Oh, Mada! Already going in. But no, has to drift over the turbo. You don't want to fall down the lift. I've never seen anyone do that, and I've seen a lot of floor 8 runs. That's kind of crazy. Kinda crazy. Oof. Okay, lands. Nicely done. So now to the back of the floor. I'm really excited to see Mada on this part, and also the ice floor. Mada definitely not bad on ice, so we'll see how those ice spins go. The deep stats are right, but Bren and Hazard are equal in terms of progress. No, both are in the same jump. Both are on the plastic bones. So Hazard 10 centimeters higher than Bren. So GG. Do we have any word on the others? Because I actually don't know. Are Hazard and Bren still the only two on floor 12? We have a clip of Hazard reaching floor 13. Not reaching it because we tuned in mid-run. But the comment, the WR clip, it does have the final attempt on floor 13. The clip at the end of the WR. Lars made it to 12 on stream, Elcon offline. I did hear that Elcon played earlier today though. But okay, Lars on 12. Solid. Okay, so Elcon made it to 12 as well. Yeah, Elcon was, I think, the first to 11. I remember Elcon was the first to 9. I think first to 11 too, yeah. Well, Mara lining up. Oh! It's starting to be a bit late to do these saves, but it's a little bit scary. You need to jump pretty hard to the left side. We've seen people fail this before. Okay, that's a very wide line. Still not committing, trying it out. Yeah, like... Is it just the height, or is it the actual run? Okay, makes it. Then to the right. Maybe Mara, yeah, if Mara is not checking the clips, maybe Mara will skip the shortcut. A lot of the time I feel Mara wasn't doing shortcuts on, like, some grinds. What was it? There was some map that Mara was playing where Mara wasn't doing shortcuts, I think. I forgot. Tompos? Wampus? Yeah, it's probably another map. Yeah, it's just like in general, Mada doesn't do shortcuts, right? There's like some example that I'm thinking of, but yeah, I can't think of it now. Oompa Loompas. That's the one. Well, the floor 9 stuff you can definitely discover on your own too. Okay, the speed, gets the line, now needs to chain this jump, knows it, gets it. Kubas is here as well. Kubas vibing. Kubas is one of the mappers, so we don't really care. It's cool that Kubas is getting here, but yeah, it's... I care about Kubas, but not in the terms of the competition. Not eligible for the prizes and has also been playtesting the map prior to the event, so has a bit of a head start as well. Kubas made floor 15. We're soon there. Well, soon and soon, but you know, not too many floors anymore. Oof, that was a close call. Mara on a personal best. This is the PB. This one seems fairly intuitive. Like, I feel like Mara already knows what to do. Maybe Mara does route all of this. Of course, there's, you know, a lot of clips to watch through. You can figure this out. It might be harder to find clips of, like, recovery routes and such. But, like, this is very well known. And we've seen this as well. Floor 9, you take speed from the top of the plastic. Very careful straight line here. Shouldn't be an issue for a wheel player. Landing on the turbo side and then onto the beam. Then you go through and you keep going. Keep going from here. Then it's the quarter pipe jump. Jump up here, land. Then with some speed, you land here, jump up. But let's see if Mara gets this one. Very close to 1,000 meters now. Gonna be the next jump, if Mara makes this. Hello, Kettle. Definitely knows where to go. No question about it. Making sure the line is good. Very good. All the speed in the world. Is it gonna work? Oh, air brake is late. Maybe didn't account for the bounce there. Floor 5. Floor 5. From the beginning. Was a good attempt, but yeah. That is a tough one. So, when you go down from here, from the plastic, your front wheels will kind of smash into this platform, because there's no, like, smooth transition, right? Which means that when the front wheels smash into this, the car will flip, so that the front wheels will go a little bit higher, so then the back wheels will hit the ground next. And when the back wheels are on the ground, the front wheels are up. And what happens at the end of the platform is that the front wheels, because of how gravity works, they are going down again, right? So what that means is that as the back wheels are going on the platform here, the front wheels are currently going down again. Which means that when you get here, unlike if this was just like a straight jump from this without any bounces, the front wheels are maybe like surprisingly low because of the bounces here. It's kind of just how this works. So you have to be ready to air brake. All you need to do is tap the brake button. But if you don't account for it, then it's hard to, you know, react to it in time. How does the air brake stop gravity? You asked too many questions, okay? Of course, Suppa. Timo on the grind. Does anyone know anything about Simo's most recent PB? I do know that Simo has been to the very final pipe section on floor 10 before the ice pin. That's all I know. I don't know, like that's from like the 5 days ago or something. I don't really know. Didn't reach floor 11 yet. Okay, well that's something. Who found the floor 13 cut? So what I heard was that Bren got it by accident, but Hazard and Bren, like Bren was playing, but Hazard was in the chat and, you know, kind of giving some ideas and such. So I suppose it was kind of like an accidental group discovery in a way. Had a 4-day break. Was it that long? Well, back on the map now. Anyway. Timo has been putting in pretty ridiculous hours in this grind. I forgot to put the day into the title of the stream. Hold on. Today's day 16, right? There we go. It's awesome that they're working together so much. Yeah, for sure. Are they good friends? I don't really know details, but I do know that during this challenge they have worked a lot together, like figured out the strats and shared the ideas, and yeah, it seems like they're enjoying the discovery together for sure. Timo said he had bad burnout and eye strain and headaches. Okay, yeah. The burnout part especially understandable. Putting in like 10 hours a day for 2 weeks almost. But it's good to see Simo back. Hopefully doing better now. Like, we talk a lot about Deep Dip 2 being a mental challenge, and that is just like absolutely true, right? There's no way around it. First and foremost, it's a mental challenge. There's absolutely no one who can just come in and snipe the first place here without putting in the kind of ridiculous hours. That's really the case. Talking more now said it keeps you sane. Yeah, I think Simo seems to want to stream everything. Even during like khaki season, Simo has like these ridiculously long sessions, you know, kind of just chilling. But I think I sort of understand it, because there were some grinds that I had in my time as well, where like if I wasn't streaming those, I would have absolutely given up much earlier. It sort of keeps you sane that you kind of are doing something, because otherwise you're just doing the same thing over and over and over. You go on autopilot, and then you just, at some point, you don't even know what you're doing anymore. But if you have, like, even at that point, some of the grinds, you know, it was like maybe one guy in the chat or something. Even that, like, helps you. And I think we see this a lot in speedrunning too, where they might not be streamers necessarily, but like so many speedrun water records are done in like a voice chat, right? So they're like through the entire run, they're talking to someone in voice chat. And I think that's like a big help for a lot of people to have something to kind of keep you grounded in a way. Like chat with someone and do something else than the grind. Because otherwise you kind of lose it. It's true. For some players, even playing on the server and kind of seeing the other players could be that grounding factor. So they might not feel like they really need to stream, as long as they're, you know, not playing solo, alone, and, you know, just doing attempts after attempts. Brent did say, after scouting top floors, he thinks someone can start now and still win? Damn, okay. That's surprising. That's surprising to me. Oh, Simo barely making it. I'm not sure if I would take that same bet, but if Bren says it, like, you know, Bren has been pretty much on point with the predictions, to be fair. And to be fair, I haven't taken a look at the last 3 floors. Timo does play TM 2020 Keki as well. Lacking a little bit of maybe experience on like the normal stuff on Trackmania 2020, like ice and snow and wet plastic and things like this, but Timo did one Keki remix, so definitely like knows how to do everything in this game to an extent. Virtual said the same thing, helps having the chat. Yeah, I've found the same experience. What's up, Mindspace? Oh yeah, I was actually the guy who tried to give you some ideas on Discord at one point. On the Deep Discord. Tire thread patterns. There's maybe some, so there are some Trackmania skin making Discords. They probably have those as like, you know, just like ABGs. They would probably be able to help, but I don't really know those Discords too well. Probably in skin files, yeah, maybe it's already accessible through the game files somehow, but I don't really know. Did we watch Wildcard yet? We watched Hazard's attempt live a little bit earlier. It is on the WR clip comment. The final attempt. Hazard had like 4 attempts at the latest part on floor 13. Unfortunately, it ended on the dead turtle. WR clip. Hello, H-Krill. Hazard had a great run earlier. Bren also has reached the same point, so currently the tie, there's a tie between Bren and Hazard. It's been a while. It's been a while, honestly, since there was a tie. The previous tie was all the way back on the floor 11. This part. That time it was Elcon and Bren. Elcon and Bren tied for this landing. Then Hazard came in, found the strat. Now everyone's using it. But now we're already on floor 13. And it's a tie again. I didn't see any scouting of upper floors. I'm still keeping those a little bit like a secret. We'll discover them with the first players that get there. There's one after on floor... Oh, true, yeah. True. Actually. Yes, the very first section, of course. The double turtle landing. Hazard on the right and Bren on the left. True. Okay, so there's been a tie on pretty much every floor, right? The last floor that didn't have a tie... Wait, hold on. Has it been every single one? Has every floor had a tie at some point so far? Because floor 13, the plastic bones. I already did it, Max. Sorry for the delay, but it's already done. I checked it out. It was a very cool map. A bit close to the wall. Oof, fortunate. Speedrun strat, actually. The car's already backwards. Much faster. Stepped it up. And we do have Mara here as well. Do we get any conversation? Who the hell is Kubas? That's a bit aggressive. Kubas is one of the mappers. We don't look at Kubas because Kubas built one of the floors, so he's not eligible for prizes, is not part of the competition. So, oh, Simo has to take the recovery here. Always scary. Gets on the beam though. It was like, I'm gonna say, half an hour ago, max. Simo makes it look super easy, by the way. No stress at all. Really has these kinds of saves down. You know who built each floor? Yes, we know every floor. I can show in a moment. Oh, Mara, going for the brakes there. And for the line. Looks good. Back to floor 8. Good day for Mara. Timo doing the plastic bounces. We can really quickly check in here. These are the mappers. So, from floor 0, it's by Sparkling and Spec. Then we have Magi on floor 1. Floor 2, Lentillion. Floor 3, Max Chess. Floor 4 is Sparkling again, but they didn't put it here twice, I guess. Then, yeah, from 5 onwards, it's Jaka, Classic, Techie, Dundi, Rioter, Maverick, Silord, Whiskey, Plaxity, Viru, Kubas, Jumper, and Sparkling made the final jump. Oh, Mara falling down from very early. I think it was the beam landing on floor 8. Unfortunate. But yeah, currently we're on Plaxity's floor. The crystals here. And then we move on to Viru, Kubas, Jumper. Hello, Susie. Brenda said 2 more months, really? Oh no. We'll see. We've gotten stuck before, but every time we've also had a solution. We'll see now. Two months sounds like a lot. Might be a bit of a, you know. Maybe half joking. Well, Simo on the beam landing. Mara likely just failed this one. Simo, actually, interesting way to take speed. Oh, haven't seen this one. That's a new strategy. Simo has like 120 hours or something. Also taking less speed here, it makes so much sense because other players need to release the acceleration anyway, so Zemo just thinks like, well, why would I do that? I can just take less speed, right? So it's found a really good lineup. I haven't checked Brent's personal best, no. But Hazard got to the same point, and we did watch that live. Never had to turtle in Trackmania Turbo. Yeah, you don't have to turtle in this game either, you know? But, if you want to beat Deep Dip 2, that's what you need to do. You know if the map is meant to get harder the more up you go? Kind of. But we did kind of also notice that it's not always the case. It's probably gonna be a case for the last few floors though. Like for example 12 is probably still easier than 11. What it looks like. It's a bit shorter and a bit simpler at least. Well, Simo, through the turtling. This guy here has been so good at this technique. Has been doing some pretty incredible saves on floor 9 with turtles. We'll see if there are truly any khaki parts. I don't really think so. Here's the thing. Oh, Simo, I think clipped the edge just slightly. Oh, that's so unfortunate. There's some bobsleigh here. Oh, it's all the way down. Such a late mistake. Not enough time to correct that. Or maybe didn't notice it. Like, I barely noticed it. A bit too late, too. Oh well. So, here's the thing. Yeah, maybe some tricks that you could see in easier khaki maps as like bonus tricks. Like, you know, some setup tricks. Right? Because khaki maps sometimes have these setup tricks as well. Murder down as well. Sammy it is then. Floor 5 champion. Oh no. Okay, makes the landing. So Biru and Kubas are very involved in khaki, which is a competition that runs for a month, a couple times a year. There's a new one coming actually in just a couple weeks. It's gonna be in the other game, Trackmania Nations Forever, but still. So the next khaki season in this game will be in November. Usually luck-based maps, or at least the maps require some luck. There's some glitches, some weird block combinations, some unusual things, sometimes very funny things as well. Yeah, a lot of weird stuff, usually. Sometimes some pathfinding, trying to figure out what exactly to do. So, that's sort of khaki. I don't think there's going to be anything like luck dependent on this map. At least not to the extent that you would need to like do a coin flip every time, even with the perfect setup. I really doubt they would put something like that in. So there's probably, you know, something, but a lot of the time khaki maps do have, you know, some easier tricks as well. I mean, we'll see, maybe I'll be surprised, but I really doubt that would be their plan. So, okay, so here's floor 13. I can show what they're skipping with the shortcut. So, it starts from here, you go around the ring, jump here, jump here. Or you can alternatively land here and then just go around. A little bit easier. Then you go here, flip the car around 360 onto the turbo, then chain this jump over here. Then jump around, land here. Then you do 4 loops. You go into this bobsleigh loop thing, and you go around it 4 times, gaining more and more speed every time because of the turbo. So just get the speed. And then when you have enough speed, you go onto the plastic, and you zoop through here. Looks very scary every time, but Hazard made it work very consistently. Oh, I hope that's not from the map, Ollie. That's just some other trick. Other video. You continue here? Oh, it's a khaki map. Okay. We'll wait until the players get there before I watch those. But yeah. It might get pretty wild. Okay, anyway, you go here, onto the dirts, into the window, then you land here, then into the wood, very weird, sort of fast turn rate surface, jump up here, land here. And there's the shortcut now. With the shortcut, you jump down here, and then you go here, then you go on the dirts, and then you jump up here. Then you go on the plastic and land here. Then you keep going. So the shortcut skips all of this. Normally, from here, you go here, land onto the beam, land here, jump up into this window, then go down, gain the speed, hug the wall on the left side, and then go here, bounce on the plastic down here, ice slide up the ice wall, and fly here. From here, you go around into this part. Then you can go into the plastic and go down here. So you skip like a pretty wild looking wall section, bowl thing, right? But right now, that's not it. That's not all. You don't just do the shortcut and then you're fine and we all go home and celebrate. Because then, when you get to this point, you do this high jump here, land all the way here. This didn't seem to be too troublesome either. But then, you have a drop down here. And what you need to do, what we assume you need to do, drop down onto the plastic, and plastic will bounce you. Especially a big drop like this will bounce you pretty high. So, you are supposed to, we assume, land here on the platform. So that means that when you drop from the hole, you need to avoid the beam, drop down here, bounce here. This is the one jump that people haven't made work yet. What's that middle floor? Do you mean this thing? Yeah, this is just from the scenery beam from the previous floor. I don't think it's like a visual cue or anything. I think it's just mapping moment. Yeah, the slide does look cool. I hope eventually we will see that as well. But it might be that one of these players wants to do it, you know? Just for the coolness of the slide, but Elcon will do the slide, you think? Maybe. Are we even sure that's the intended route? Well, it looks like it. I don't know what else you would do. What is the floor on the right from the plastic drop? It's a recovery. We'll go back. So if you fail this, the good news is The good news is that your run is not over. Where is it? I can't find absolutely anything on this floor. It's on this side. Here. Somewhere. So here's the plastic and then road. So from this point, you can take the ramp, jump here, and go back to the beginning of the floor. Middle of the plastic drop. Give me a moment. There. Oh, the scenery beam. Yeah, I just explained it. It is a beam that connects to the scenery, the decoration. Oh, do you mean this floor? This thing? Above? Oh, this thing. Oh, this thing. Yeah, I don't think this is anything. There's nothing too much. It could be a recovery route somewhere. I don't think you can do much. I suppose you could, you know, if you fail something somewhere, I don't know. Like you could bounce around and go to this point. Maybe this is some mega speedrun thing. I suppose you could go here from the dirt. You will get to this point. So zoom in here maybe and then bounce around. And then drop to the floor and have the luckiest moment of your life and bounce here. I don't know. Probably not a thing really. I think the players are probably doing the right things so far. Just the correct way to bounce on the plastic is missing. Osami, that's not gonna work. What about the bounces? Oh, turbo. Not doing much. Yeah, it's much more focused on pathfinding, but it doesn't look mechanically easy either. Maji, the highest climber right now. Maji's a mapper as well, though. I think we'll see floor 14 tomorrow. I'm not so sure because there's so much left after that too. I suppose it's possible. It would need to be either Bren or Hazard, of course. Figure that out. I don't know if anyone else could be able to like one-shot floor 12 and then also one-shot floor 13. I mean, Elcon, why not? But yeah. If you aren't able to complete the map when you play, will you not finish it or will you keep trying? I will definitely not finish this version, but there's gonna be the checkpoint version. So I could try to do like a one checkpoint per floor version after the competition. But I'll try this original version a little bit for sure. Not quite yet on floor 14. We're still trying pretty much the middle parts of floor 13. Just the height is on the same level. But, I mean, yeah, the height is getting there. Almost 1500 meters now. Oh yeah, there's the World Tour Monthly Cup. True. Bren is slowing down after seeing the last floors. He's not expecting anyone to finish anytime soon, so he's gonna focus more on RL. Okay. Yeah, no, I do appreciate the input, because I haven't caught those streams. Oh. Okay, well now we have conflicting information. Going back to double streams? That sounds like speeding up rather than slowing down. Still on the plastic bounce on floor 13. Somebody have a link to the floor 12-13 run? The very first clears. It's somewhere, but yeah, I don't have a comment for it anymore, unfortunately. But I'm going for the no bounce strat. If you look at like Brent's VOD from earlier, there's probably a few runs past floor 12. L0, Hazard and Brent tight on middle part of floor 13. We'll see. Like, you know, here's the thing. These players are running on overdrive, right? You're putting in ridiculous hours, and sometimes, some days, you're gonna feel like you never want to play Trackmania again, right? You wanna uninstall the game, and you say it out loud because you're streaming and, you know, you're feeling things, yeah? So, I think we still take this, like, day by day. I don't think anyone's really, like, sure about how this is gonna go. So we're just gonna relax and check daily what's happening. Sometimes it's gonna be some player taking a lot of time off. Maybe, you know, maybe some player's gonna say like, oh, yeah, these last few floors are super cursed and I'm not gonna play for a week. But then some other player gets there, and then they feel the pressure like, okay, well, I can't take a week off now. So, like, there's a lot of things that can happen. Did that happen yesterday in his VOD? You can probably check, like, today's VOD, because I know that Brent did get to floor 13 today. Earlier. I don't really have a timestamp, unfortunately, to give. Sorry about the cut, Plaxty. It's never fun. I think it speaks of the clutter on the floor that some of these might not be visible to even the player, even the mapper. It is a very dank floor, and I think it's very cool like that. Some floors super clear, no questions about where to go, but then there's these pathfinding floors where sometimes the players make the wrong calls, and you're gonna be XTDing as well soon, don't worry. Huh. I didn't notice something interesting from just now. I don't know if you saw it as well, Plexity. But as we looked through the floor a little bit, not like you're gonna comment on this anyway, and I don't think you should. But as we were looking at, where is it? I really can't find anything. Here. Like, technically, this kind of a path here would lead to this path, right? So, maybe there's a mega shortcut. Even more mega shortcut than the shortcut. But like, what are you gonna do here? What kind of a... Could you actually just land here? And... drive down? Could you skip the bounce? Bounce on the wall? No, this looks super cursed. I don't think this is doable, this line. Like, this kind of a landing, there's just no space. You will probably touch this landing, but yeah. No, the beam is definitely cut prevention. And like, there's no way that you miss on a weird tunnel like this. This is definitely deliberately put there. This is definitely there for a reason. Whether that reason is a bait or some some other thing, who knows? I don't know what this floor is. Something else. I would suggest to revisit older maps of mine to find answers. Oh, screenshot, guys. Screenshot. Flip it and ship it. We have +1 information. Yeah, I'm not sure, Denny. We'll see, we'll see. There's a clue. Just trying to make us go play his maps? Yeah, I know. There could be a clue when you sent me something on my PayPal accounts. Secret code that reveals itself. The mapper strats. There's lore behind this. Okay, okay. Yeah, I don't know if the cut. I don't know. I don't know what to make of the entire floor right now. I have no clue what's going on there. Look around a bit on my floor to find clues as well. Okay, well, I'm supposed to be a neutral actor in all of this, so I will also leave the pathfinding to the others. But it is interesting to have such a drastic difference in, like, how these floors are approached. Floor 14 has not been reached, correct. And it doesn't seem like we're very close right now either. Maybe this is it. Maybe the crystals on floor 13, from a certain angle where you're looking at it correctly, maybe they form like a QR code that you need to scan, and then it starts like a alternative reality game that lasts for like 6 months that we need to solve before we can understand what's happening on the floor. This could be the Witness 2. Do you think Hazard will play more today? No clue. Downloads the script that awards all his maps. Well, there's one player to follow here. Not only Simo, but another Ice Spin gamer. Scandier. Most likely Ice Spin. We don't really know fully. Thank you, Mijin. Hazard made it to the same place where Bren is, on floor 13. No one figured out your Deep Deep 1 lore? Do we need to go back to Deep Deep 1 to understand Deep Deep 2 floors? Only 2 players have reached floor 13. Elkon and Lars apparently have reached floor 12 from what we know, but Elkon didn't do that on stream, so we're not quite sure, I guess. Hazard is 10 centimeters higher than Bren at the moment, so... I generally want to see someone building a working QR code from Trackmania blocks. If I had, let's say, 800 hours of off-stream time, I would love to do an ARG, like Trackmania project, but it's like, that would be the biggest project of my life. And I wouldn't be able to do that kind of stuff on stream. Of course, I would, you know, I would spoil the entire thing, right? ARG is alternative reality game, essentially meaning, what would be like a good example? Have you guys heard of Petscop, maybe? Or what else are there? It's basically something, usually like something through like media, where there's like a YouTube video series, for example, that gives you like puzzles, and then you as like community need to solve those puzzles, and when you solve those puzzles they get you to like websites or new puzzles, or maybe there's new videos released once the community gets something done. In Trackmania, how that would work is that you would hide some like puzzles in like Trackmania maps, and then when people find out like the solution to those puzzles, which can be anything, they can be like code puzzles or some like something like, you know, finding like a hidden QR code or something, then those could bring you to like a download link to a new Trackmania map, and then that would be like the next step. Cybersecurity test? Do you mean the cicada thing? That's a pretty, yeah, that's a pretty big one. That would be, yeah, that's an ARG basically. More or less. It would be super fun, but like, it's an incredible amount of work. Maybe. I'll have to finish my current thing first. The end range map. We haven't tried that, Gary, to my knowledge. Waterguard is legit, yes. Almost 1500 meters. It's about halfway through floor 13. By Hazard and Bren. Yeah, Cyberpunk had a couple... They've been like fairly popular in recent years. Like there's been more of them, but it's... Oh, Simo. Slightly off. Floor 5? Nah. Back down we go. Well, let's check into the player that we haven't seen so much of. Scandier. Floor 10 player. But he's already putting a secret code in core. I wish I had the time. Almost safe. Let's see how this session kicks off for Skandir. Semi is actually pretty close to PB. That's true. We can check in on that first. Gonna be the recovery line. Go back to the beginning of the floor. Truth is that Villa has been doing this from the beginning and has hundreds of alt accounts uploading maps to TMX. Again, I wish I had the time. Maybe one day, if it was possible to make that into like a big community project. Not so big that it would leak, but you know, kind of like deep level. Maybe it would be manageable. I don't want to get into another one. I need to finish my current project. But it would be fun. It would be really cool. Let's say that I'll keep it somewhere stored in my brain. When are you estimating core to be finished? This year, I hope. I don't really have a better one. Skandir hasn't been playing too much on the server, also was playing the RPG tournament last weekend. Won that as well, by the way. Yeah, there's just so much to do. So much to do still, but we're making good progress. And we do have an internal schedule that I will not reveal. Stack up on all the projects and never finish a single one of them. Yeah. That's the usual strat, and I'm trying to switch away from that a little bit. Community deep dip, each person gets to place a single block. There's been these single block maps before, and they usually end up pretty undrivable, unfortunately. Can't imagine deep dip version of those. Massa playing as well. Skandir getting the runs going. Let's see if the messy works. Looks promising. There it is. Would be great to see one of Skandir's like floor 8 attempts, because I've never seen one. So that would be some new info for me. Everybody tries to make their block the block. Yeah, that's the issue. Everyone wants to have the most important block on the map. Come on, Skandir. Both getting those runs past the first critical point, which is to floor 3. Yeah, we don't quite know where Skandir's personal best is, because this 1140 height that all of these guys have, Shmaniel, Skandir, Simo, it's something you already reach before the ice spin. So it's hard to say whether that's past the ice spin or not. I think it has to be like before the ice spin. Maybe on the pipe section at the very least. I'm gonna guess that it's the ice spin because that's the most likely one you'll fail, right? Skandir, I think, like, has a lot in common with Hazard. But the one thing that Skandir kind of has an edge on is the fact that I used to play on the Trackmania Challenger League, which is one tier below Trackmania Grand League, and would have definitely made it, definitely had the skill level to make it to the Grand League as well. But at that point, you know, Grand League was kind of ending and there were changes and stuff like this. So never got to play in the Grand League, but definitely is good enough to play there. So a pretty similar skill set to someone like Bren, actually. Like, you know, Bren, world champion, has played in Trackmania Grand League. And Skandir was close to getting to the Grand League and has that strong RPG background that Bren also has. Right now, the big difference is playtime. So I'm really curious to see if Skandir can put in those hours at this point and start catching up. Bren slightly better in comp, whilst Skandir better on RPG and trial. Yeah, probably. That's, yeah, I could see that argument for sure. A lot of players probably just have no idea who this is, right? Or a lot of viewers, rather, because we have these guys who haven't really been that visible in like, you know, we know the big videos, right? We know the big tournaments, the World Championships, we see Trackmania Grand League, we see, you know, Mada Steep Fear, we see all these like AO1 wildcards. A lot of these players are outside of that sort of sphere, but still, like, have the necessary skill set for this, and just are extremely good at everything. So, Skandir is one of the biggest Trackmania players. Well, depends on how many you include, right? All I'm saying is that for, like, the general wider audience, it might be an unknown name. Same like someone like Wosile might be a little bit unknown to people who know these, like, you know, big names from, well, you know, let's be honest, like virtual videos and such, which, you know, those do reach like beyond Trackmania community, of course. But there's like a lot of these players who are just extremely good at what they do, and their skill set fits really nicely into this one. This wood grip is so goofy every single time. For me, Simo was the unknown. Yeah, for sure. And like, Simo is like already like a pretty well-known player within the scene, because Simo has been winning Kaki for so long, making these sick trial maps and beating them as well. We know most of these guys from Div 1 couple of days. Yeah, from those as well. And you know, these are not really those players, right? Used to play TMNF Kaki with Simo, and he's just the nicest guy ever. He would help me so much on maps I didn't get. Yeah, for sure. A lot of Kaki players are very like collaborative, and they really do help you and give you some pointers and tips when you need them. Ooh, rough mistake. It's probably possible to recover this. The bobsleigh, beginning of the floor. Yeah, nicely done. The bot is so slow. Don't worry, Zusa, it'll reply eventually. Teki is extremely good at Kaki, but Simo has to be like the top one if we look at like all of history, I feel. Oracle, thanks so much for the prime. Yeah, no worries, Max. Yeah, I think it would be better with like a turtle trick, you know? At the end still. Plesto, sure, as well. But yeah, I think most players would rank Simo higher in terms of like accomplishments overall. All of these guys are like super good though. No worries, Max. Simo's maps are super cool, especially the TMNF trails. Well, here we go again. Speaking of Simo, floor 6 almost there. I'm kind of following Scandir because it's a rare occurrence seeing this player on the server. Hoping that there's some good runs coming. You know this is grindy when even Simo needed to take a break? Yeah, for sure. And it's not just like that it's a lot of hours, but it's also the fact that like you never finish the map, right? Eventually you will, if you are patient enough and if you just keep pushing on this skill level, these players will be able to do it. But like, it has to be so draining that you need to find the accomplishment from like reaching one new jump, right? That can't feel as good as seeing the car actually pass the finish line. So it's a big part of the mental, I think. Yeah. Kagi is different because the maps are so short. How's the plastic bones today? Very bouncy. Looks to work. How's it for Skandir? Bren is doing really well. Hazard as well. Hazard tied the record. Bouncing. Very good. Let's follow this run. You can find accomplishment from like clearing a floor, of course. It's almost like clearing a map, but it has to like be a little bit different because when you finish a map, you know that your run is on the leaderboard, you have the replay, you have something to look back at and say like, okay, I did that. And finding the same thing when your name is not on the leaderboard has to be a little bit tougher, no? I feel like it would be. No blue numbers. The high leaderboard probably helps, but you still need to kind of like... There's always... I feel like there's always the thought in the back of your mind that you haven't finished the map. So it's... yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's really good if you can kind of get that feeling of accomplishment from every run that you do, where, you know, you even like learn something new or you get a little bit more consistent. And like you have to kind of approach this in that sense. You can't just say like, okay, it's the finish or nothing, because you will burn out, and it's already happening to some players and they need to take breaks and such. But seems like they're doing pretty well. Patience with the bot. I don't know why it's so slow. Well, floor 7. This is the last floor I've ever seen Skandir on. Don't think I've seen Skandir on floor 8. Has been there, of course, as well as 9 and as well as 10. Manuel as well. Manuel hasn't been too much on the server. We know this one will also floor 10. Definitely a very good player though. Manil got to Ice 360 yesterday. Okay. That's good to know actually. Good line. Very nice. If you compare your progress, most often you're not even reaching 50%. Yeah, definitely don't look at the percentage number. It's like the biggest mistake you can do, looking at that percentage number. There's two outcomes to it, okay? The one outcome to it is that you look at it and it's like, oh no, it's only 41%. That's so bad. There's so much left on the map still. And the other one is when you get later into the map and it's like, oh no, it was 95%. I was so close to finishing. There's nothing but bad thoughts from looking at the percentage. Just don't look at it. What's the turbo tunnel strat? It's gonna be the ice slide. Most players are using this. I do wonder if it's working well for Skandir. It looks so shaky always. Oh no, changing. Oh, okay. Well, Skandir did both strats. So that's the other strat, kind of just lining up on the center, skipping the ice slide, and just turning sideways. So yeah. Well, I suppose, you know, everyone's kind of undecided still. I do see some players kind of switch it up. It's really interesting, though, that this seems to not have, like the best strat. A lot of the time, you know, there's some different strats, but usually there's, like, everyone has their favorite strat that they always go for. This one, kind of like, okay, well, I'll try this one this time. Jump to floor 8, there we go. How's the turtling? Should be fine for a player of this skill level. Not sure if you caught it yesterday. Plexity said Snake was a team effort. Oh yeah? We have some hints. Really reminds me of like Race to World First in WoW or other MMOs. So much of progress is consistency and also learning each new phase. Yeah, for sure. This is very similar to that. What's the beam? Beam landing. Upside down. Is it gonna land on floor 7? It will? It will. So you can go back. This is fortunate. You can't continue from floor 7. We've seen a few players get this landing, so might be Skandir's first time actually, maybe looking around a little bit, but you can land onto this plastic. It's a scary jump, and then over here, and then you go back to the end of floor 6. So, will be possible to continue from there. I don't even know where Simo is right now. Oh, here. Well, this looks bad. I'm gonna guess that lost a lot of speed here. So much that didn't even reach the top of the loop. Kind of what it looks like. Landing upside down, unfortunately. Not sure if there's anything that can happen here. Might just be a restart, but these players are doing pretty well on these first 6 floors now. There's even a possibility that eventually more players will finish the events than, or not the event, but the map than Deep Deep 1. Because there's so much more prestige linked into this map. And I think overall players also probably enjoy this map a bit more. So it's looking pretty grim right now, and you might be asking like, well, are there really gonna be 15 people who will go through like a 200-hour grind? 300-hour grind, who knows how many hundreds of hours. But after the event, after the first 3 people finish, we need to remember that there's going to be a version of the map released, the checkpoint version. And while we might not count the checkpoint version as the same as this one, you will get so much more efficient practice on the checkpoint version. And if you finish the checkpoint version a few times, you will be so much more prepared for this entire map, because you have so much more like concentrated practice on the hardest tricks. The kind of practice you can't get on this kind of a grind. Also the separate practice floors and everything. That was a scam. That was not good. Laughing. Massa, come on. Mean. Massa changing the horn every day. Is that plastic bones at Waltergard the last section of 14? I guess you mean 13, but it is not. It's maybe 2/3 through the floor at best. Yeah, going for this slow strat, it looks just so much controlled. So much more controlled than the ice slide strategy. I think Massa was going for the ice slide. Last time I saw it, yeah. It just seems... It seems like it goes wrong more. Like you start the ice slide and then there's like a very high chance that something weird happens. That's clean though. Sometimes it looks very good. Other times, and you're not even air braking the landing, goddamn. Worked well. Back to the beam. Have you seen anyone fall from the ice slide? Yes. Lars, I think, failed it like 3 or 4 times in one day once. I'm not sure if Lars is doing better at it now, but yeah, it's for some players especially, it's been like pretty shaky. This time, beam landing. Jump. Turtle, no problem. This happens sometimes. I feel like the players know how to expect this. They know what to do, because it happens fairly often. The bobsleigh shape just tends to do it, so... No problem. It's like 50-50 almost, whether it happens or not, I feel. Where are the top players today? Well, Bren has already played. Hazard has played, at least for some time. I'm not sure if Hazard will keep grinding. In the previous sessions, Hazard has taken a break around this time and then has come back. Elcon yesterday started around midnight, my time, so in about 2 hours. I mean, yeah, this is easier than your turtle map, Max. I'll give you that for sure. Lars ended super late this morning, so probably starting late today. Fair enough, yeah. Oh, Scott here. We don't really expect to see issues on turtling when we have these trial players on the track. Some other tricky sections. Just jump. Oh, that was a long backslide. But hey, works out. Landing. There we go. You and Janik are such a blessing during this event. Best way to follow the top players and get extra info. I'm glad if it's working. Thank you very much. That's what I try. Try to explain as much as possible. Also, if anyone is wondering about something, you're wondering like, oh, why are these players driving upside down? Feel free to ask anything. That I can actually explain though. So, the reason why they're turning upside down, going on this beam, you could drive this the right way as well. Or the wrong way if you ask our turtle enthusiasts. But the problem is this platform at the end. This is too high to drive onto normally, so the players have to go upside down just so they can flip the car back up and climb this. Oh, Scandier. Unfortunately doesn't get the climb, needs to go back. So that's it, you know? Then you have to go back. What is a khaki? Khaki maps are usually like 10 to 30 seconds long, luck-based, glitch-abusing, very difficult maps. Sometimes they require more luck, sometimes less luck. And they are part of an event that lasts a month. Recently there was Khaki Remixed, now there's gonna be Khakiest Khaki in Trackmania Nations forever. Always lasts 1 month, and there's 75 tracks, and your goal as a player is go onto the official servers and try to finish as many maps as possible. This is very much on the edge. Is it gonna work? Seems to work. What about the jump? It lands. Oh, releasing a bit too much. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, into the pool. Guys, we just saw something incredible from Mudda. Mudda, instead of jumping here, I was a bit confused because Mudda taking like a more left sideline here, a little bit less speed, landing here. And I can't believe I had never seen this before, but Mudda drives here, goes here, lines up, takes the speed, and jumps here. And this is the same, it's the same place. You can just do that. You can just do this. And then you climb up to floor 9. Sure, you lose a little bit of time, but that looks a lot easier. It skips like the hardest jump of the sequence, right? The one that Scario just failed. It has to be an intended path. You don't place those blocks by accident, right? It's EP Kershaw. Thanks so much for the tier 1. Well, appreciate it a lot. As a new player with like 20 hours played, what do you recommend in order to learn everything? A bit of a self-plug here, but I have created a campaign called the SB Villa Campaign 23, made it about a year ago exactly. And that campaign is designed to be similar to an official campaign. It covers all important styles that you will generally see in this game. Sure, there are some, you know, other ones too, but that one has been very well received by new players. And you might want to try it out. It is in my club, SB Villa. Landing in. Going very far to the side. Oh, how's the jump on the second try? This time, a bit further, works out. Are there any good players that play offline besides virtual? Scrappy has been playing off the server, had some connection issues. Elcon, I think earlier today, also played off server. And then there's Shmaniel, who we haven't really seen much at all. Shmaniel is on floor 10 as well. So there's a couple, yeah. Hey, thank you, McLean. Glad you're enjoying. It's the first time I'm seeing Skyrier on floor 9. I do wonder what the strats are gonna be. First, the turbo landing. Looks clean. Yeah, it gets especially tricky if they play off the server and off stream. Even without the plugin sometimes. Then you have like no idea how someone's progressing. Line here. Good air brake. Good line. Shmaniel has streamed, yeah. Not always, I think, but... or, well, I'm not 100%, but... But yeah, like, Shmaniel has been playing off the server, right? That was the question, I think. Jumps here, looking good. How many days do you think until summer finishes? I don't know if we're talking about days. We're talking about hours now. I think the last few floors will be pretty tough. What's it gonna be? Low jump? It's gonna be low jump. Lining on the left side. 66 hours. That's when someone finishes. Yeah. Similar to Lars' line, actually. Gonna redo this one. Clip the landing. So, kind of, we see two ways of doing this jump. One is that you do this line all the way on the wall, and you get like a very clean landing very early onto the wall. And the other thing that we see people do is jump off of here. So, from the quarter pipe, kind of. This is what Elcon is doing, what Timo is doing, Granadi. And they land like a little bit later maybe here, but it seems to work just as fine. So Skander doing the similar line to Lars, and it's working pretty nicely. Good line as well. Maybe a floor 10 attempt here. We have the last quarter pipe and last ramps. Excited to see some ice. See if the last part works. Good landing. Line up here to the right, and we are landed. Getting it done. And then the ramps. Looks clean. And gets it. It's gonna be floor 10. And this is gonna be interesting. How's it gonna look? How confident? We have really no idea how many times this guy has been to this floor. We know that it's the PB floor. The next section to clear is gonna be the ice spin, most likely. Good line here. A little bit to the left though. Oh, still ends. A little overcorrecting that turn a little bit there, but no problem. Oh, starting this ice slide a little bit interestingly, a little bit late maybe. Not the most like safe strategy I've seen there, but I mean, it's working. Around the ice. No ice slide. That seems fair. Both work. Some players like Elcon are doing the ice slide. Some are not. And then the crash, slow down. It does feel like Scandier is a little bit new to this floor still. Just by watching these first few sections. Getting the speed around the circle, that's kind of unique. And this hill, I suppose, is the... No, the PB is gonna be the pipes, right? Pipe jump. So this one has been cleared. Close it again. So, hard to say what the personal best is, but we're getting to the height now. So it could be these pipes. Well, just goes for it. Seems to have an idea of what to do. Is it enough speed? It is. To the pool. Early jump. Still makes it. This should be a personal best attempt because the plastic afterwards will go to a higher point. I'm pretty sure. Not 100%, but well, let's see it. Ready to go. Gets the gear, the spin. Looks pretty good. Has cleared it. So then, climbing up. Now, it could be even this wall here. No, maybe not. Oh, this floor is so hard to read if you haven't seen this run, you know. But we do know that Scudder's PB is on this floor. Floor 11, definitely a new personal best. It is higher. Let's see. Oh, the slide! Oh, it works. It works still. It works. Plastic landing then. Still looking pretty confident. I feel like Scandier has tried this before. Landing works. And then the half pipes. Does this get you higher than 39? I don't know, but we're gonna watch it. Knows the setup. Clearly knows how to line this up. Slightly on the right side. But this could be the personal best attempt. Could be another player on floor 11. You start a little bit on the right side, then you move a little bit to the left. The reason why you do this is because you need to make space for the eventual right side turnaround. So you go all the way to the other side of the ice, and then you turn to the right. And if you stay centered all the way through, then you will also land too far to the right when you try to go back down. You go a little bit from the right to the left, then right side turn around, and then go back on the ice. And then you jump into this plastic. And then into floor 11. Well, we try. Slide it to the left. Turn around. Timing looks good. I think this will stay on the ice. Turn around. Line looks pretty decent. It's a little bit to the left, but maybe some wiggles. Oh, will it be slow? No, it will work. Will work still. Scudder for the first time on floor 11. That is a nice line there. And here we are again. Player number 7. Yes. Elcon, Bren, Hazard, Scrappy, Lars, Virtual, and now Scudder. Only 7 people have made it to this point. But I would actually turn it around and I would say it's kind of insane how 7 people have actually managed to have the end runs to climb all the way up to this point. It's kind of incredible. Tells you something about the determination of these top players. But here we go. Oh, a little bit low on speed. Is this gonna land anywhere at all? Floor 8 could be the best bet. Floor 7, I think, at best at this point. Well, floor 6. It's a good first try. We've seen some other players fail this on first attempt as well. Virtual, for one. But then when you kind of get a feel for these jumps, these weird angles and distances, it does get a lot easier. It was a fortunate landing, still on floor 6, saving a good 15 minutes at the very least. It's so hard to estimate when someone will finish this map, honestly. It's so difficult. Because we don't really know... We don't know floor 13 still. Who knows what you actually need to do and how consistent it's gonna be. Yeah, that's the thing, like, you know, floor 12 seemed fine. Floor 13 was, you know, the first half was figured out pretty nicely. Floor 12 was solved in 2 days. The first jump was the trickiest one to figure out there. How is Kubas doing? Well, Kubas is vibing on floor 8 right now. But Kubas mapper, not eligible for the prize pool, has also, you know, playtested the map. So we don't care. We care about Kubas, but we don't care about Kubas in the terms of competition. Not really part of it, just chilling with the players, you know? Does the game hide floors until activating the next level? Or just people don't fly around, or it's hard to see them without playing and trying out? Well, you can check them out. Like, you know, you can take the free camera and go to whatever floor you want. The floors are there, so there's nothing is like hidden. There they are. Currently we're on the crystals. We're not taking a look at the undiscovered floors just yet. We'll see when the players get there, we'll figure it out. But it is still difficult to kind of understand exactly what's going on. Even if you can look at a floor, it's hard to understand, like, okay, how much speed would you actually get for this jump and how difficult it is to do this kind of a jump thing or beam or whatever. So you can get like some reads on things. You can guess where the route will go, but you can't know for sure. If Kubas is driving, is he not leaking struts this way? Yeah, no. So mappers are not supposed to show any uncleared sections or any undiscovered strategies. So they can do the things that are common knowledge. Floor 14, not reached yet. I'm not sure how close we are. Ooh, savable. Probably done this before. I feel like everyone has done this before, it just occasionally happens. There we go. Almost too far, hitting the edge of the rope there, but works out. This is the hardest part of floor 7, the most failed part, I would say. This The line looks really good. Getting that line, very tough. And then these two transitions. Very clean. Once you get these two, gets a little bit easier, though Skandir did get scammed by this plastic pounds last time. Just how the game is sometimes. Well, that the top players are not hiding the strats from each other. Yeah, for sure. And I think actually, like, at the end of the day, some collaboration is probably necessary almost, because no one has really, like, understood everything on their own. I feel like all of these guys have kind of, you know, all of these guys have kind of asked the server chat for some tips and such at certain points. So I don't think anyone has been, like, fully able to discover the strats for every single section. Bren has done a lot, for these last few floors especially. But even Bren has talked to Hazard, trying to, like, figure out some ideas and such, right? Landing in. Here we go. Spam is keeping furthest attempts hidden? Really? Not sure about Gwen. Maybe just not playing Trackmania overall much right now. A bit far. Oh, this might go over the plastic too. Yeah, no more. Saved on floor 7. All the way down to floor 4 now. Well. Yeah. Back to the beginning. That's how it goes sometimes. But you're off the server too. Well, got a new personal best at the very least. Pretty quickly as well. I do wonder if maybe he's playing in solo as well. Maybe not on the server the whole time. Spam isn't keeping his struts hidden. He said on stream yesterday he's stuck on 7. Yeah, okay. Kind of figured. I feel like these guys who are, you know, primarily streamers, they wouldn't really want to hide those strategies. Like someone like Virtual, I don't see at any point hiding anything, right? Sam seems to be playing fairly casually. Would definitely be able to, you know, reach these higher floors with like the same amount of hours that everyone here, like Simo, is putting in, but yeah, like of course not everyone will want to put that kind of a time in. Might have some other projects ongoing and such. I have to go mow my lawn. Will that change my yard from penalty grass to grass road? The penalty grass is actually not like any taller than the grass road. No? I'm not sure what the difference would be. Oh, yummy. Lands it. Don't remember Hazard's floor in Deep Deep 1. Not 100% on that. Ooh, yummy. The wall touch there. Oh wait, did Hazard even have a floor? Because Hazard was the validator, right? I don't know if Hazard built anything on Deep Deep 1. But Hazard did validate Deep Deep 1. So, I'm not 100% on that. Yo, Brazil, thank you for the 8-month prime. Hope the stream is going good. It is. Hope you're doing well too. Floor 10, turtle magnet? Oh, okay, gotcha. Kubas is gaming. Actually, I'm surprised that Kubas is still doing like these higher floors, like floor 10. I mean, I suppose we've reached floor 13, but maybe we can spy a little bit, yeah? Oh, chaining. Ooh. So again, Kubas, one of the mappers of this project, built floor 15, has also playtested this map, is not part of the competition, so we're kinda mostly not following Kubas. But it could be interesting to see. I'm not even drawing the wheels, okay? This is actually like faster than Elcon. Maybe there's some leaks, yeah? I actually didn't, so maybe I'll still go back into it. One day. Oh, a little bit off. Kuba's floor is 15. Expecting him to dirt soup the snow uphill. Hey, that would be a strat. I don't think Kuba streams. I haven't heard, at least. Yeah, one of the mappers. We are not really. We don't really consider this like a. You know, a run in that sense. But it's interesting. Just doing the validation live, yeah, Kubas has had enough. Day 16 and people still stuck on floor 13. How's the ice spin? Any secret strats here? Looks like an ice spin. Oh! That was close. That was close. Not really a strat. I don't think it's a strat. That was missing the line a little bit. I'd imagine. Probably wants to reach and stay at floor 15 and laugh at people failing it. The mappers can't reveal anything that hasn't been discovered by the players. Not strats and not floors, so... Kubas, if Kubas really wants to keep this going, probably needs to stop on floor 12. Oh, a little bit far to the left. Oh, clips the wheel. How's the plastic bounces? Not to the pool, surely.
Hello, guys. Yeah, hello, guys.
Bounce? Wow, really? Oh, okay.
Hello, guys. Yeah, hello, guys.
Could have been so lucky. Oh, turtle is alive though. Hold on. Back to floor 6. Alright. So Kubas not revealing any floor 11 secrets on that run. Who was that in the horn? Bren? Oh. Yeah, as far as I know, Kubas is the like main playtester, so probably knows every single trick on this map. Every intentional trick, perhaps. Oh, Simo, a little bit slow, but alright. We do some extra stunts. No, I've heard this before, that Kubas, like, was semi-close to validating it. I think that might have been from Techie, but yeah, I can't remember, so take that with a grain of salt. Anyway, like, probably has done every floor at least. That would be a safer guess. Simo, good recovery. What was the AT set to? It is 54 minutes, 32 seconds, and 10 hundredths. %125% of a segmented run that they did. So basically, doing every floor separately, and adding up the time and adding 25%. Rounding to a nice number, yep. Simo actually, as far as I know, the only player on the ice spin right now, or only player on floor 10 who hasn't done the ice spin from what I've seen, but I guess Shmaniel is there as well. So Simo and Shmaniel are currently trying to get through that. Skandir just got the floor 10 cleared for the first time. Granadi is on the very last jump of floor 9, from what I've seen. Maybe there's been a new personal best, I don't know. But that's what I've seen. Lars also on the server, ready to climb. You know how much TM 2020 Simo has played compared to the others? I don't know for sure. I know that Simo has built like a bunch of maps in this game, but a lot of those maps are like pretty sort of classic style. I think it's not the playtime in this game that Simo is lacking, but it's like the diverse playtime, meaning that Simo probably has not stepped on like an ice server. Has a lot of really good maps. For example, you guys might know Ghost, which was released in like the first week of this game when it came out. It's this 5-minute super cool like transitional sort of full speed type map. Not really entirely full speed, but you know. Unfortunately, it was broken by physics updates. That map has some ice, actually. Has some ice turnarounds. Like you end up backwards and then you need to use ice to turn forwards. So that kind of stuff Simo probably knows how to do. But it's not really an ice spin, unfortunately. Yeah, also made the trial maps for spams competitions. True. 2 of them, I think. Why people still play TMNF? Well, couple reasons. It's free. There's nostalgia. A lot of, you know, maps that are in TMNF don't really work in this game, right? Like, you can't really recreate them, and, you know, they're a little bit different. So, there's some nostalgia. And also, some players enjoy the prestige of getting a Walter card in that game. So, you know, there's some reasons. More bugs, yeah. True. I don't know if that's true with all the stuff you can do with, like, water and reactors and wood and you know, bumpers and everything. No car, rally car. How often are there wildcards in TMNF these days? I'm not super up to date, but I know that Virtual tends to do a video on new wildcards every year. So, you know, enough for a video. Probably a couple dozen? I'm not sure. Yeah, I do remember the Titan map. I didn't really follow that too closely, but I do remember some tricks. Might be too close to the wall. Timo needs to take the recovery. Flipping into the plastic. Looks like it might be the bouncy type. No. Asimo immediately bails. Can you show us what they're cutting and what is probably the intended way of 413? Sure. So here's the floor. Start from here. Somewhere. Here's the beginning. So you can go here, jump here, and then you take speed from here. Jump to the quarter pipe, flip 360 into the turbo, around, you jump over here. So that's all intended, and this next part is intended as well. So you go around here, into the bobsleigh loop, you spin around in the bobsleigh loop a few times, and when you have enough speed, you take the plastic exit here, land into the pool. Then, on the dirt, jump over to the platform, over the pipe, dirt, into the window, into the platform, onto the wood. From there, you will accelerate, try to watch out for the very fast turn rate on wood, jump, jump again, and land on this narrow block here. This is where the map would continue to the window, it seems. Then onto the beam, here, into another window, into the plastic, and you wall hug the plastic, go around, bounce from here, another plastic beam, then ice slide on the wall, all the way around, until you land on this quarter pipe. Around the wood, and at this point you can drop down to the plastic and make it to this point. This is where the cut will lead you as well. So if we go back to where we left off, which is on top of the wood path here, you can drop down on this block. You can go here onto the dirt, jump, and you will be in the same place basically. Here's the plastic and you go here. So this is the thing though, like we think like we're super big brain because we know this shortcut, yeah? But the problem is that we have the mapper Plexity in this chat occasionally, and all we get from Plexity is XDDs, okay? So I don't really know. I don't really know what the hell is happening there. Maybe this is all planned. Maybe we're getting tricked. Maybe the deep dip squad is pulling our leg. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But, you know, we'll see. Yeah, good shout out, Linda. Most of these players also streaming, of course. And you can find their streams on Twitch if you want to follow a POV POV, well, that's the word, isn't it? Perspective. Sometimes players are just kind of gaming on the server, so we will try to document those sessions as well. But of course, most people that join the server also do stream at least sometimes. Point of view, yeah. That's what I was about to say, but felt weird. But the perspective works. Bren and Hazard are currently tied for wildcard. Trying to clear the same plastic bounce right now. Is the leaderboard for non-streamer server? Yeah, the leaderboard is for everyone. So I can tell you that the first person here on the leaderboard that I haven't seen on the server is top 23. Pretty sure. Damn TM. Bijans also haven't seen on this server. There's a couple. There's a couple in the like 20 to 30 range. Generally speaking, oh, barely maybe. Oh no, this is gonna miss the landing to to the quarter pipe still. Okay, maybe bouncing around enough. Oh no. Well, that was a roller coaster. So close to somehow landing it, but not quite. Well, Kubas Gaming. We'll see. Floor 13 is... It's looking tough. I feel like there's something that we're missing. Probably something that might make it easier, or something that, you know, makes it impossible that we just haven't understood. It's hard to say. We'll have to wait for more players to get there, I think. Or at least more attempts from Brendan Hazard. So Hazard and Bren tied on floor 13 about halfway through, maybe. That's what it looks like. On a plastic bounce section. Is Black's a guy who would build elaborate baits? Well, we had a couple hints earlier, which might be nothing, but Plexity did say earlier in this chat that we should look into Plexity's older maps for some lore. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure what we would find. But it's probably just, you know, trying to get more people to play those maps, but maybe there is something. Simo getting those runs going. This could be another floor 3. Looks good. Waiting for Lars to also get those higher attempts. Lars currently our best hope on the server to get to floor 13. Found one clue so far. Oh yeah? Car is moving. Often when you're upside down, you're gonna have this default movement. Car will just move on its own somewhere, even if the wheels are not touching the ground. So yeah, you end up waiting for the car to do something, and if the car hits the water, you will always be able to flip it. So worth the wait. We've seen some 20-minute wait sometimes. It's kind of part of the experience. If you cam 7 the bottom of the floor, crystals form a hand that holds the floor 11 platform, and it has raised middle finger for whatever reason. What are we talking about? Cam 7 the bottom of the floor, like from below? What, like here somewhere? Look from the side of the tower. Suppose I need to go to the side of the... This one? Oh. It's true. It's true. Dear Lord. Actually true. Well, that's not much of a clue, is it? I don't know how far we're gonna get with this. I feel like we're going backwards right now. Terrible. Truly terrible. There's lore, I suppose. That's the lore that Plexity was talking about. Maybe if we look at Plexity's older maps, there's gonna be more middle fingers. I don't know. Oh no, yummy. We see this happen so often. Too often. Or just kind of stops here. So close, but yeah. Looks like it's not moving. It's a common scam, unfortunately. That's so frustrating. This is an ARG now. What do you think is our next step now after the middle finger? It is possible to get into the triangular space from an earlier section. That's something else we noticed. So right now, the players are trying to solve this bounce. You go from this hole. You have to drop down, bounce, and presumably land here. And then you continue. But here's the thing. Hazard has tried this like 4 times, 5 times, I think, on that run that's in the comment as well. And it looks very hard. It seems like you can definitely get enough height, but they're still trying to figure out like what exactly to do. It could also be that we're getting baited entirely. There is something interesting. This gap here. And if we follow this wall, we notice this part. And this is the section after the bobsleigh loop thing. Pretty early on in the floor. So you fly here into the pool, then you continue to jump here on the pipe into dirt, and there's an opening, right? There's a gap here. And sure, it looks absolutely miserable to jump to, but there is like a gap that the car would, we can say for sure, would fit in there, right? I don't think it's too narrow. You can flip the car and it would probably go in there, but it would be miserable. Maybe there would be another setup for it too, I don't know. But there's also like, you know, maybe below something, I don't know. But this leads here. And now you could potentially like drop down from here instead and do something. I don't know. Could be a full bait. But there's no way that this is placed here on accident. You don't place a gap like this on accident. This is here for some reason. Either for a bait, or maybe a super speedrun strategy, or either it's just going to be some, you know, sort of hard but possible way. Or maybe it makes this so much easier, I don't know. Who knows? You should save below. If you fail the plastic bounce and you don't dead turtle, you don't land fully upside down, then you can go back to the beginning of the floor. If you fail like the jump into the narrow gap there, that doesn't seem very failable. Or very like savable, I mean. It's so hard to tell, really. Playing Deep too. Yeah, we've had a lot of people try this as their first Trackmania map, and usually it's surprisingly difficult. Yeah. There's the Black City XCD again. This is what I told you guys about. This is all we're getting now. Oh, Masa is actually here. Masa doing some floor 7 runs. Needs to get the beam. No, actually, I think Masa actually has to get the first turtle of floor 8 done. I don't think it's gonna be enough to... Or I don't think Masa has to get to the beam landing. I feel like it's just the first turtle. Failed to jump to the bobsleigh? Oh, really? Maybe that was later. I did see Masa dead turtle the very first part on one run. Floor 8, the first thing. Clean lines though. Learning floor 7 pretty nicely. Having a lot of fun. Oh, did Lars fail the turbo tunnel? Oh god. Keeps happening. Keep it 2 is your first Trackmania up. Haven't made it to floor 1 yet. You'll get there, you'll get there. Floor 1 is reachable, but it will take some time for sure. Floor 2, yeah, don't set your hopes too high. Well, let's see the isolate strategy. Scary. Works though. That's too far to the edge. Massa. Down we go. Right down the middle too. That's such an unfortunate thing to fail. So no PB on that run. Floor 7 is really brutal if you fail just about anything, really. We see this slowdown in the landing happen all the time. Well, this time, fortunately, we'll be able to get back to the beginning of the floor 6, or very close to it at least. Lars trying to get some runs going. Saifi also. 638 PB. A very good khaki player, as you might guess from the club tag here. Yeah, Bren, Hazard, Mada have PB'd. Skandir also. Skandir got to floor 11 not too long ago as the 7th player. Early world record is tight between Hazard and Bren. The new Keke season starts on June 1st. Simo is expected to play. Not sure what the plans are. Hazard, I think, got 4 attempts on the plastic bounce by now. Hello, Petrov. People said he isn't sure if he plays Kaki. Okay. Will not play for win. Okay. Look tired compared to stream start. Yeah, it's been a long week. It's fine. Probably not gonna go to super late hours today though. Hopefully there's more people. Based off what the mapper said, it sounds like the plastic bounce they're trying isn't even correct. I mean, we know that it's possible by now because the height has been good enough on Hazard attempts. They might be trying some like wrong way they're like maybe they're not doing the most consistent way, but whatever Hazard has been trying seems to at least give the height, and then it's just about the line, finding like the exact sort of speed that you need to get into the window. It's hard to, yeah, who's really getting a read off of these mapper XTDs, right? I mean, yeah, Keki is a 1 month competition, so even if you take like a first week off, you can absolutely win it. Lars, I suppose, top 1 guy right now on the server. The only guy I think reached 1,000 meters from the people on the server right now. There's some 800-meter players for sure. I guess, you know, Kubas doesn't really count as a mapper. Can't say I'm super familiar with Plexity's mapping style, so hard for me to get any read. Yeah, Kubas is hard-coded to be removed from the leaderboard, so it's not confusing competition, because Kubas right now would be like a top 10 player on the leaderboard. So it's a little bit clearer this way. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just explaining. What is the next big Trackmania event? It depends. Depends what you quantify as big. There we go. Like, you know, tomorrow there's the Ubisoft monthly cup. That could already be something, no? But I suppose the Kakiest Kaki season. Oof, Sammy. Careful, wet wheels. Suppose the Kagi season will be like pretty big. Not as big as I think the seasons in this game. But yeah, what would be the next like big tournaments or such? There's some big ones later this year for sure. Like November, Kaki season. October, XP Evo, Big LAN tournament. There's definitely stuff over the summer too, but I can't think of anything as big as this planned. Yeah, I feel like right now a lot of the top players are, you know, trying to figure things out, sort of as a community. How many hours have you got in Deep 2? I don't know. 0 as a player. A lot as a spectator. As a caster. We'll see. Hazard has played today and equal the water guard. Why don't you play? New here, sorry. No need to be, sorry. I've just taken like a caster role. We try to have an educational cast, educational stream where people can ask about techniques and we try to explain what's happening on the map and follow different players and document the progress of everyone. Good line. Then the tricky parts. Semi, I think, hasn't yet gotten past this section. It's very tricky. You need to drop off at the right time, land very far right, go a little bit to the left, and then jump again to the right. That is... it's so difficult. Let's see if it works. Has tried this multiple times. Thank you, 96 chop for the tier 1. Very much appreciate that. Yeah, the Hazard Waldegard clip is in the comment. The final attempt on the last section there. That is the whole floor clear from the recovery route. So we might be checking some clips here as well. Trying to figure out exactly what went wrong last time. If I remember correct, Sammy has usually clipped the landing, so hasn't jumped quite enough to the right side. It could be that this part has still been cleared. I haven't seen every single run, of course, but I think it's gonna be just jumping at the right point here, dropping far enough to the right, and then doing the small left correction and jumping here with the plastic. Then the map gets a little easier for a while. You have the plastic bounce, usually works, almost always works. This jump here, that's fine. This beam here, it's been fine almost always as well. The turbo tunnel, really the next like tough obstacle, because if the car is anything but sideways through these turbos, which is very likely to happen because you bounce on the outside plastic beams there, then it can push you all the way through and you fall pretty much all the way down. Well, the line here, that's really good. Jumping a little bit too much to the right on the plastic still, but that is a very nice line. So this could be a personal best, and if it's not, then it's gonna be here. This at the very least. This is essentially the height, even higher than floor 8, I think. And then you don't get a new personal best in height until you get to this beam jump. Yeah, no worries, Chop. If you had to guess, what floor do you think you would be on if all casting zones went grinding? Maybe 5. Maybe 6 at best. I'm not really sure. 5 probably. 6 maybe. Those are PB. I think so. Yeah. Well, there we have the confirmation. That is definitely a confirmation that we have a personal best. So then for the plastic bones, gets to relax a little bit. Well, I mean, you still need to do the things, but... Just got delivered pizza. The timing. Well, needs to drop off from this kind of carefully. Good camera. Lars has been struggling with this turbo tunnel, honestly. Still on the server, probably on floor 2. The turbo tunnel seems to end more runs for Lars than others. That's what it feels like. From what I've seen. Probably needs to get the floor 7 to like a more consistent place to get those higher floor runs going. What's your guess? How many people will complete Deep Dip 2 until Deep Dip 3 release? Hard to say, but there's like 13 people, 12 people who completed Deep Dip 1. I think it's gonna be more completing this. Might sound weird when we consider that this map is harder, no question about that. But I think there's more people interested in completing this map. It has more prestige, and when the checkpoint versions are released, it's gonna be so much easier to practice this map. You can get all the tricks down, and the path will be known fully, and it's gonna be just a lot easier to not have to retry everything 10 times just because you don't understand how to do them. You can get very consistent on even like the floor 7 stuff that might not be so consistent right now for anyone, right? Like, the turbo tunnel thing. What do you think of floor 13 now? I don't know what to think. I don't know if we're getting bamboozled. It feels like, the players think that we should be, celebrating that we found a shortcut. But, like, did we actually? Because Plexity is XDDing all the time. So have we actually figured out even the right routes? Can you see this? Are we doing anything right on floor 13 right now? I feel like I'm more confused than when I first saw the floor. We'll see. Well, Sammy. Predictably, not having issues with the plastic bows. Who do you think will complete Deep Dip 2 first? Impossible to say, but at this point, Hazard and Ren are kind of getting away. But it could take only one day for like Lars or Elcon or Virtual to clear floor 12 and get to the same point, basically. Oh, very far to the side, Sammy. Probably a little bit nervous reaching new personal bests here, but makes the jump. Complexity. I don't think we saw you comment on this yet. I wonder if you have anything to say. Anything to talk about? XTD. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for the interview. Well, here we go. Just need to remember to press backwards on this beam and it should be fine. And here we go. This is the scary part, the part that many players are still honestly struggling with. A lot of the time you get lucky and you get the right kind of bounces and, you know, you kind of survive, but the problem here is that you need to go sideways through the turbos. If the car is going forwards or backwards, as in if it bounces on the plastic and it turns around accidentally, because this is ice, it's very slippery, then these two red turbos here will push you, and if they push you too far, down we go. So, we've seen some failures on this part. So there's two strategies. Ultimately it's gonna be skill-based, but it's very difficult. It's skill-based to the point where I don't think there's anyone who's like fully consistent with the skill part, so sometimes you need a little bit of luck. Two strategies. Either you go next to these plastic beams and you start an ice slide, which will push you sideways, and then you just hope that you don't get unlucky bounces at the wrong time. You hope that you get clean through this. The other strategy is that you full speed, full send from here, you turn the car sideways, you hope that it stays in the center, and you don't press anything. So either you do the ice slide, slide through this, next to the wall, or the beams, or you do the full send strat, turn the car sideways, hope it doesn't crash the sides. Those two strats. It feels like the ice slide strategy is shakier from what I've seen. We'll check with Sammy when the car moves, we can see from here. Oh. Maybe. Oh, already a personal best run in terms of progression. Now just needs to survive the tunnel. Then it's gonna be a personal best in height as well. So, what's it gonna be? Light or no slide? Doing a poll for the strat. Okay. To be honest, like, we've seen players that do both strategies on the same run. So they try out the slide strat and then it's like, oh, didn't feel right, and then they go for the high speed strat. Who's the oldest player in Deep Dive 2? Don't know. I wouldn't know. Wally, you think? I don't know, like, anyone's age, honestly. It's all good ethics. Spike was playing with... Suppose. Massa with the horn. Well, here we go. What's it gonna be? Looks like the slide strategy. This is so spooky. This, there's like one one time in like 10 attempts that I see, this looks clean. Every other time it's like a mess. But let's see it. That doesn't mean that it fails necessarily, but it means that it's like luck based. You end up taking the turbos and then you just bounce around and you hope you don't bounce the wrong place. Not really feeling it. Maybe trying the high-speed strat after all. It doesn't need to be like super fast, you don't need to like full send it. But you do need some speed that gets you through both of the turbos. Okay, yeah, we're going... Oh, this is gonna end up in the middle, I think. Oh! Makes it through though. And that is one of the cleaner runs we've seen. It worked. It worked much better than what it usually works. And then up the loop, landing upside down, flipping onto the platform. Probably will check out some strategies. Yo, 96 shop, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Very generous. Much appreciate you. Oh, Sammy, actually, moving. Hold on. I watch a lot of virtual, but this map has got me to watch a few more streamers. Yeah, I think this whole event has really like highlighted a lot of players and mappers, which is super cool. Yummy on a personal best as well. Floor 7 as well. Pretty solid. All this stuff is so difficult, honestly. Like, getting to floor 7, it's easy to think of this as like, oh well, you know, it's halfway the journey compared to like Bren and Hazard, right? Like, you know, those guys are on floor 13, so surely it's easy to get to floor 7. But, like, yeah. Currently, I haven't left the start line, right? So there's 13,000 plus people who have installed the plugin. And probably more that tried the map. But let's go with the 13,000 even. So if we scroll down, right now, at the 800 meters, we have 25 players. So, all of these players might not have made it even this far, and now, Sammy, with this height, looks pretty good actually, we'll get to top 10. Not top 10, top 20, of course. That is very solid. Top 19 height. And now gets the final parts of this floor. Only about like 15 people or so have made it to floor 8. It's hard to tell from the height, because the height is going to be a little bit, you know, you get higher on this part than the beginning of floor 8, so it's impossible to really say. Yeah, 34 meters is the start line. What if they install the plugin at less than 34 meters and never climb higher? So they go from the start line into the pool, install the plugin, and then uninstall the game? This is your suggestion? I suppose it's possible that there are thousands of players that did that, yes. Yeah, true, the plugin doesn't update until falling, right? Or, you know, until you know, go on the server. I don't know. Anyway, obviously that's not the case. Oh, you need to have the plugin before launching the map. Okay. Well, there we go. That's the end of that conspiracy. Oh, Lars. You see these guys kind of start speedrunning and then they start making, some unfortunate mistakes. Okay, Sammy, flips back up. Good attempt on the plastic. Those are harder than they look. The reason why these are so difficult is because plastic is so slippery and because you kind of have like a small speed check here. So you have to be fast enough to make the jump. If you're too slow, then you will just fall here, bounce the plastic and fall all the way down. You need to be fast enough to land this, fast enough to land this, but then you need to immediately slow down. So like it's very scary. And when you like slam the brakes on plastic, it's gonna take a while to actually slow down because of the slipperiness. So if that was like road surface, for example, would be pretty trivial for these players. But because it's plastic, it's very tough. Surface is pretty important. Yeah, Hazard has done like a couple sessions pretty often on these evenings. Oh, Sammy? That was clean. Damn. Seems to have figured out the section better than some of the players that have done it like 30 times at this point. Probably more. Good practice as well. Falling like a couple of sections below is really not bad. You just get more practice. Because let's be real, this is probably not your last time on floor 7. Of course, like, it's hard to say if some of these players are looking to finish the map. Obviously, someone like Bren, Hazard, Virtual, Lars, they are looking to finish the map. But even then, I feel like Sammy has the potential to go pretty far. Probably going to keep the grind on. Close to floor 8 now. That is the upside down driving floor. Called turtling. Thanks for outlining the intangibles of the game as well, like player backgrounds. Oh. Gonna flip again. Oh, turtle. Savable, but hard on this uphill. Hold that thought. Keeps it going. Needs to somehow get to the wall. Times it nicely. Gets it as well. So gets a third try. Well done. Like player backgrounds and them are very interesting to hear. Yeah, no problem. I know some of these players a little bit, so I try to highlight their achievements when I know them. Samifying here. won the previous campaign, official campaign. Very good player. New to the game? Not really new to the game, I don't think. Winning an official official campaign is not really likely if you're new to the game. So, but newer to the game than a lot of these others. Oh, okay. Well, that's the luck part that you sometimes need. You'll take it when you get it. But yeah, I don't think Sammy has played more than like a couple years now. A Geometry Dash player, I think. Barely flips, but that works. Enjoy Excalibur. Well, I mean, in the... Oh, hold on. To the beam. Oh, that was perfect. Using the beam to slow down works fine. And there's just one jump. So, slowing down on this slope. You want to jump into this and be very careful when you land. Goes in. Oh, slows down. So now it's just one jump. Going up here. Oh, we had some mega lag there. I hope Sammy didn't have that. Car flips back up. So there's a recovery possible here. You can go to the beginning of floor 7. You can go here. And then you can restart that floor. You do need to go to the beginning. But yeah, what I was saying is that in the context of these other players, like, you know, Bren, who has been playing probably for 20 years at this point or something, and, you know, Lars, who's probably, you know, more than 10 years in as well. Like, in that sense, yeah, 2 years is kind of new, in a sense, on, like, the high level, right? But yeah, wouldn't really say that it's like new to the game, as in like he doesn't know all this stuff already. I feel like the experience is definitely there, the grind is definitely there. Just needs to do the save. Should be fairly doable. Lars is turtled. In the meantime, failed the ice uphill, it seems. Happens sometimes. Is the car moving? Well, it's moving, and it actually might land on floor 6, so not the worst ever. So you can drop down to this platform and then go here and then drive into the plastic. It's possible. Need to be careful. Careful with the landing. Yeah, Lars. Back to floor 6 now. Hazard got water guard, I'm gonna say 3 hours ago. Tied with Ren. Lars. Back to floor 6. I guess Sam is just making sure that the strats are good. Do you wanna rush anything when you don't need to? This jump should be fine. And then you get back to this floor. You can get things done. Here we go. Cleansed. No problem. We can check in with Lars. There's a recovery here. Platform here. And plastic bones. Sure, I'll engage with this. Some have argued that commentary channels on Twitch benefit from the gameplay of actual players without providing any compensation to those players. What's your view on that? So, there's a couple things here. I've thought about this as well. I mainly just wanted to, you know, document things when I started this. Ended up becoming like a pretty sort of big commitment at the end. So there's an assumption here that if people didn't watch the commentary channels, they would watch the other players, right? They would watch the players directly. Which I don't know if that's gonna be entirely the case for everyone. Because for a lot of people, it is better to get like an overview and also explanations of what's happening, and kind of like look at something in a more sort of educational way, where you can understand what's going on better than when you're watching someone like full focus grind when they're not really speaking and stuff. So, you know, that's gonna be something to consider. Like, it's not like everyone would go into another stream, right? If they weren't watching one of the casts. 2, I asked for explicit permission from the organizers to do this. They thought it was a good idea. If they at some point thought that it is a bad idea because it is like hurting other like streamers or something, I would be absolutely fine also stopping this. Like, you know, obviously doing like stopping it halfway through would be awkward, but like my goal here is not at all to like take anyone's viewers away. If you're most people here are obviously new, but I've always kind of just wanted to do things that are beneficial for the community, right? I try to do something useful. So that's my goal here as well. I'm just trying to provide something valuable into a big event like this so that more people can enjoy it. So that's the next thing. So, and then there's another thing, which is that from my experience, from what I've heard, the players have been like very fine with all of that. No one has been like, none of the players has been really saying that there's something like wrong with this. So yeah, I feel like it's a pretty non-issue right now. And yeah, like at some point you run into the issue where, you know, should esports have commentators at all, right? I know this is more like a casual commentating thing because it's, you know, 8+ hours a day, so it's not gonna be like play-by-play shoutcasting. But yeah, obviously there's like a difference to normal competitions. It's closer to, you know, the kind of like world first grind on like MMOs and such. Hope that answers. Thank you guys. I'm glad if there's value in these sessions. And again, if you have any questions about any mechanics or any techniques or anything, you know, we see these players do these turbo tunnels all the time and we talk about them a lot, but I don't mind repeating those. or explaining things in more detail if I can, because that's why I'm here. That's my goal. I'm not here only to showcase the and document the process of the players, but also to help more people enjoy the event. So if I can do that, that's great. No, yeah, I do also try to like shout out the streamers. Oh, Lars makes it with the isolate this time. Like, absolutely. As I've mentioned many times every day, most of these players will be streaming as well. So for the POV, you can absolutely check these players out too. Do you want to give Deep Deep 2 a shot in the future? I'll try it for the very first time when the event is over. I don't think it's a troll question. I actually think it's like a legitimate question. It's something, you know, I sometimes think about too. But like, obviously, I do think the experience is different on a POV stream than like a more educational cast. Thank you, anonymous gifter. Gifting so unlucky. Well, Lars this time nails it though. Very solid. Could be a start of a run here. Doing just fine. Not even turtling the bobsleigh. Sammy, back to the tricky jumps. We can follow Lars for now. If Sammy can get another attempt to get into these turtle parts. How is map making? Can you copy paste jumps and practice that way? Do you mean for this one? That is not allowed. You can't recreate any sections from the map in the editor. Yeah, like an official 24/7 cast would have been super sick, Lorray, but I guess that wasn't really planned. Lars, oh, this is very weak turtle. Trying to save it. Oh, that's unfortunate. I do wonder if that's about the exit. You need to keep the car like swinging back and forth. Otherwise you can't drive anymore. The wheels need to be touching the ground. So I do wonder if there's something to the exit here. We've seen some pretty weird exits sometimes. Maybe it's something like you need to change something. I don't know. I need to pay attention more to the inputs in the exit specifically. Yeah, no Hazard or Elcon duo. Oh, Sammy is... Oh no. In the worst place. With dry wheels though. Landed. That is a very rare place to land into. But there's, yeah, not too many recoveries here. I think it's down to floor 6 at best. So, maybe, like, jumping down there or something. But it's, yeah, this is one of the worst places on floor 7 to be in. So, Hazard was playing earlier. And got a new tight Walter guard. Together, now tied with Bren. Once again, and Elcorn, I heard, got a new personal best up to floor 12 earlier today, but offline, so we haven't seen the run, I guess. Thank you, totally. Appreciate the kind comments. What's the difference between the red and yellow boosters, or whatever they're called? Turbos generally. Like, people call them boosters, but the problem is that in this game, there are also something called reactor boosts. I don't know why Netio named them like that, but when people were already calling turbos boosters. Now we have 2 boosters in the game. But yeah, like, turbo is, I guess, the official name. But yeah, people will say them that they are boosters as well. What is the difference between floor boosters and vertical transparent ones? So there's actually a couple interesting things about these turbos. This kind of a turbo, so the red turbo is just faster. It just gives you more speed, right? So red turbos maybe 3 times as powerful as yellow turbos, maybe 3 to 4 times. So the difference is pretty big. Essentially, they just always give you speed as you go to the direction of the arrows, and then push you back if you go to the other direction. You can drift through these, so you can do like a drift strategy, drifting kind of back and forth, and still go over them to the wrong direction. But rarely required. So yellow turbos work the same way, they're just weaker. There's something interesting about these kinds of gate turbos, which is that they are weaker versions of the turbo. So there's yellow and red ones, but because you spend less time in them, because they're very thin, they give you ultimately less boost. But there's something more to them, which is that you have like ring turbos, right? Just like you have... I don't know if we have any ring example. Not many. It's not really effect blocks on this map. Oh well, you can have like these kind of rings that have a turbo in them as well. It's kind of a thing. But turbos don't affect you at all if you're not on ground. So if you're in the air, you jump through a turbo, then they don't do anything. They feel like they do something because there's like a sound effect and such, but they don't give any speed. You need to be touching the ground to get the speed boost. Which is why, like, at some point I was also thinking like, could you need to jump through the turbo in floor 9 or something? It didn't end up being the line, but there can be some pretty weird mechanics like this. I do not know why ring turbos are even a thing, because there's no floor below them, really. You need to combine them with another block so they do anything at all. But yeah, there's some interesting mechanics to turbos. The reset on floor 8, I think, is just for the visuals. You know, it's a very green floor, so I think it's really not anything super meaningful. There's no effect blocks on this map, precisely for the reason that some of them will require a reset block to get rid of. So for example, there's a no steer block, which disables steering, so you can only go backwards or forwards, right? Those kinds of blocks aren't going to be on this map, most likely anyway, for the reason that if you fail something, if you fall down and you have no steer, there's absolutely no chance you will recover. You would need to have reset blocks everywhere so that you would be able to continue. That's probably the reason. Maybe you can make terrible maps where you have to make a jump from inside the ring turbo. Probably, yeah. You wanna try? Currently, Bren and Hazard have the world record tied. Car changes on the higher floors? No. The map was already pretty much finished before the cars, the alternative cars came out. There are still some new things on this map, like floor 13 has like a wood section on it. But yeah, I don't expect any car changes. That would be very surprising. Those would also need like a reset or like another car gate to reset, so yes, Hazard and Bren are tied right now. If we go up right now, here, floor 10, we have the bobsleigh loop here. In the pretty beginning, go to the water, jump here, then go here, window, wood. This is the wood part that I was talking about. This is the new surface. So it seems to have been added after the map was already done, after the patches came out with the new cars. And now there's like a shortcut here. You drop down here, you go here, on the dirt, jump, then on the plastic, over here. Then there's a big jump with the turbos up to this platform. And then there's a hole. And both Bren and Hazard have tried this. Seems like the strategy needs to be that you bounce from here, from the plastic, and you reach this gap here. Neither of them have managed. We're still waiting. Hello, Nato. Yeah. The things that I just showed. That's the current progression. Favorite skin by streamers? I suppose the matte skin is pretty great. We're cursed. I don't know about... I guess the horn needs to be the slamifying horn, right? There could be some wrong lines still on floor 13. We don't really know. We don't really know. It's hard to really tell what's happening on floor 13 right now. What's intentional, what's bait, what's unintentional. It's a different type of a bobsleigh loop though than the Trackmania World Tour stuff. This is like a sideways bob thing. They could have, yeah, they could have probably made like some final jump maybe. Have something like an engine of, yeah, could be interesting. Do floor boosters accelerate in direction of the arrows and air boosters accelerate in whatever direction? No, they both are directional. So you notice that this side is a bit different from this side. So this one is the direction of the turbo. This one is like the reverse direction. Same as here, you notice the same symbol. This one is here, so that's the backwards turbo. And this one is the forwards. Only 3 people passed floor 11. 4 now. Lars has also cleared it, yes. As far as I know. I mean, the height would kind of tell it as well. Pretty sure that's floor 12. So 2 people on floor 13, 2 people on floor 12. Then we have 3 people right now on floor 11. Scrappy reached it earlier today. So we have Scrappy... not Scrappy, of course. Scrappy has already reached floor 11 before. Scandier. Scandier is what I meant. So Scandier reaching floor 11. And then it's Scrappy there and Virtual there as well. Virtual, Scrappy, Scandier, floor 11. And then it's Simo, Schmaniol on floor 10. Granadi most likely still on the final jump of floor 9. And Mada also on floor 9. So it's pretty even between every floor, I feel. Sebastian, thanks so much for the tier 1. How do you feel about the speed which they're releasing practice floors? I feel like at this point they could probably release floor 6 as well, but otherwise I think it's fine. Lars trying to get those runs started. Wally here also has been actually making good progress. Getting floor 7 done. Floor 8 has been reached by Wally. Massa has actually made the tough part of floor 7 now. There's still the turbo tunnel and the final jumps, but middle part usually is the choke point here. I don't know how much Simo is hard stuck, because Simo just took some time off, you know? It could be that, you know, the couple days off, couple sessions not playing could actually be very good for Simo, and he can pick up the pace a little bit more. But we'll kind of see, you know, what the grind is gonna look like. Who really knows at this point? Oh, okay, Massa gets through it. This is what it usually looks like. My partner wants us to buy a second robot dinosaur. Should I let them? Absolutely. Massa has gotten to floor 8. At the very least, I've seen Massa try the first turtle part. Didn't clear it then, but it could be that Massa has a better run as well. But yeah, floor 7 has been already cleared by Massa. Do you think the new desert car update could alter the progress because of small physics changes? I don't think there's gonna be any physics changes. I really hope so. Rally car actually didn't change physics at all. And in some sense, the snow car update also didn't change like physics in a sense, because they only changed the wood. They replaced the wood surface with another surface. And I feel like there was so much backlash that they hopefully don't do the same thing again. Well, Massa into the upside down driving, so you go here, flip the car upside down, and then you go through these parts, and the reason why you need to do all of that is here. If you're not upside down, you will not be able to make it up on this quarter pipe. How you do it is you time the front wheel of the car to go into this corner, and then the car will flip over one wheel onto the platform, and you'll be able to climb up. Is that a dead turtle? Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Must just run edge there. I've seen that once before, it's very unfortunate. Grenadier Goat of Snowcar. Hard to say because I don't really know the scene that well. There are some really good players as well. Like Sender. Romo is really good as well, right? I don't really fully know the scene though. I just know the guys who I see on like Guard positions. Once I have the time to like get some mappers here, I'll do that, yeah. I just need to, you know, plan it out a little bit. Did someone say mapper? Well, Jumper, you I will not take until people are on your floor. I'm not giving you a chance to spoil anything. We could talk about the 66-hour grind you had though. Stat says 2 players reach floor 14, but it's a weird calculation. It is floor 13. The height is the maximum height that has been reached is on the height of floor 14, but we're not even at the end of floor 13. Yeah, the heights almost always overlap. I think really the only floors where that doesn't happen, maybe floor 5. Floor 2? Floor 2 is like, you know, I don't actually know. Maybe floor 3, but it's really close always. So yeah, looking at the height usually a misleading that. Oh, Lars. Can I just save? From what I know, Hazard did match Bren. When you try to load TOA, your game crashes. Like fully. Okay, does it fully crash? Like, does it close or does it just freeze? Because if it freezes, it's probably still loading it. You just need to be patient. It will take some time. Thank you, that is some Tony for the 100. Yeah, so as far as I know, both Bren and Hazard are trying to clear the plastic bound section of floor 13. Start clicking because I'm impatient. Oh. Maybe you can just let it run for like 5 minutes at least. I've heard from people that the first time you load the map, it can even take like 10 minutes. You can also lower your settings before you load it for the first time. Usually that helps. Well, Lars back to floor 7. I need some hydration, so I will get it before I lose my voice. Be right back. Joining just in time for the famous turbo tunnel. How's it gonna go? Lars still going for the slide strat. I mean, I can't really blame him because at this point you're so used to this one strategy, you don't really want to start doing the other one just because this one has failed. And sometimes you get comfort from, you know, doing the strat that you know you've done before. This time it works. Works nice. Hazard equaled Bren maybe 4 hours ago. And there we go. Lars close. Close to floor 8 again. Hopefully with a little bit more turtling. There we go. The Jelly player is not really struggling with this final jump anymore. I feel like the setup for that is very sort of well established. You know how it can go wrong and you know what to do there as well. Favorite beer? It has to be Sandals, right? I will say that, yeah, that's one of the better ones out of the quote-unquote normal ones you can get from the store in this country. I don't really drink beer though, not too much. Beam landing. Works. So last time Lars failed on the second turtle, kind of just got a weak turtle there. So basically what this is based on is when you do this upside down driving, you have to keep the car swinging back and forth. The wheels have to touch the ground for the car to move. If they don't touch the ground, you lose the momentum, and eventually, you know, you just stop moving, and then there's not much you can do apart from wait for the car to automatically move somewhere, which is called default movement. It's extremely slow and usually not really something you can rely on. So here we go, Lars. Timing, it's good. What about the exits? Holding about 40% there. That might be action key too. No, it's holding the analog steering. Lars is playing on controller, so that's actually interesting. I've seen some players like tap to the rights. So Lars actually doing the like holding 50% or so during the entire thing. Kind of interesting how you can do that with different inputs like that. Are action keys allowed? Yeah. Landing on grass. Lars is taking a little bit less speed there. I think that Lars wants to get the wheel clip onto the grass. So even though it looks scary, what's even scarier is if you get a super clean landing and you fly off the entire platform, right? Because you also need to slow down immediately when you land. So the wheel clip actually pretty clever there. Looks to work. Well, we go again. Landing. Reset. Not that it resets anything. How many people are involved in making the event? Yeah, the 20 jumpers at it. I think 17 mappers, if I counted right. Including Spec. Of course. And then Zertrov and Valin and Entry Lag, yeah? It's 20. Flip works. Walter Gorge belongs to Hazard and Bren right now. It's tight on floor 13, maybe halfway through, we don't really know though. Turn around. Good line. And there we go. I'm still amazed. I'm so, like, completely in disbelief that there is another route. You can just go around here and go here. Like, it's so much easier, right? You can just do that. Mada did this for the first time. I've never seen it. I've been following this for I don't know how many, over 100 hours easily. Probably 150 hours or something. I've never seen anyone do that route. Except Mada today, on day 16. Crazy. Oh my god. Like, people are still finding these extra routes that seem to make things so much easier. I'll show it after this. Check if Lars gets the turbo landing. Straight line, air brake. Works out. So, you have the big jump, right? You go here, jump around the quarter pipe, and then we see players set up on the left side and jump here. Which barely works. It goes just far enough. But today Mada took a little bit less line here, and I was like, what, Mada, this is not... surely that's not gonna work, right? But no, Mada jumps onto this beam. And from this beam, you drive over here, then there's this plastic thing. You go over, then you take speed from here, you jump here, and now you're in the same place, right? It's slower. I don't think people will change their strats there, because I don't see many people struggling with the jump. But it is kind of crazy that someone just first tried it. It was Elcon. Elcon first tried that jump. Maybe not first try, but like, Elcon was on a run. I don't remember which day anymore, but you know. Essentially, Hazard before had gotten about 1/3 through floor 8. Elcon got a run there and managed to clear everything on his own, figured out every trick, found out every strat, and was able to get to the last jump. And Elcon did the jump. And I feel like everyone just looked at Elcon and said like, okay, this is how you do the jump, I guess. I suppose there's some benefit from the fact that Mada, for example, doesn't look at VODs or clips that much, but instead tries to find out, you know, own strats for these things. Now we have like a potentially more consistent way on the ending of floor 8 as well, if someone's, you know, struggling with it. We just keep removing the shortcut. Adding some whitelistings. The whitelist for this server is closed, but there are some, you know, streamers that are still at it occasionally. You know, if someone wants to try the map, some VIPs, let's say. My vote would unfortunately get muted. Tony. Larson, floor 10, by the way. Doing things just fine. floor 12 and 13 don't look so bad. We don't really know, do we? Like, floor 13 ending might still be super cursed, and currently the plastic bounce is still a little bit unsolved, so it's hard to say. The plastic bounce there could become, like, one of the biggest choke points on the run so far. Lars? Final pipe into the pool. Line is good. And then the spin. Gets pretty high speed here. The spin timing looks pretty good. I think this lands. Looks very good. I feel like Lars has been improving a lot on this ice spin. Looked very shaky in the beginning. But now, yeah. Very solid. So then, just the final parts here. Plastic landing. Needs to land sideways to stop the speed immediately. And then the half pipes. Starting on the right side. Dropping down carefully. Then to the left side. This is ice, so it's very slippery. You need to be really careful. The turnaround timing, really good. If it's a bit too early, you might go a bit too far to the right. And you don't want to leave this ice platform. Onto the plastic. This is very good. Not doing the wiggles, not needing any extra speed. And, well, eventually lands. Maybe could have done with some extra speed after all. But we're fine, we're doing good. Yeah, maybe the extra speed would have been okay, but we are on floor 11. Hazard also on the server now. Getting back in. And then we go through chaining these first few jumps. That's what we've been used to before. Lars has made it to floor 12 already. I don't know how far exactly, because I haven't seen the run. But it was today in the morning. That's the information I have. Into the pool, looks good. There's still probably a couple choke points on this floor. One of which is the big jump here. That's soon there. This landing, that one has been failed by so many players. Pretty much everyone, I think. Back wheel next to the light. Going already. A little bit of extra speed there. Landing is good. What about the speed here? Needs to release just the right amount. Very good from Lars. Getting that landing down. Then into the wall pretty late, but maybe it works still. It looks pretty good. The plastic bounces there working just fine. It does seem like players have figured out a new way of doing this. I feel like what they're doing, the key thing, is that they're turning the car more downwards as they enter the plastic, and that seems to have an effect on how the car sort of glides through the plastic. Seems to give it a little bit more distance for the jump. At least from the few attempts that I've seen here. Now the spin. The hazard strategy works beautifully. No problem at all. Looks so comfortable with these strats already. But there's still tricky ones left. So this next one, just need really good speed. If you fail this one, you better know that you're about to fail it. It's recoverable, but this landing is definitely good enough. Lars should be making it. That was absolutely perfect. And then... last difficult section. The key in this is to not get the third gear. You need to get at most 159 speed. At 160, you get third gear, and that you will drop in the uphill, and that will give you a slowdown. So you want to keep the second gear to avoid that gear down slowdown. Lars does so great. Into the pool, no issue. Well done. This has been really figured out. When we first saw Bren do this, it looked so difficult. Like, had to like turtle on the dirt into the pool. But, just like that. Now we know the strats, we know what to do, and Lars has the skill level to do it. So we're on floor 12 again. Getting these ramps, super clean landing. If you fail, you can retry. You can go here and drop down to the pool just below and try it again. So floor 12, much more forgiving in a sense than floor 11. Because on floor 11, you fail something, it's like all the way down. Maybe to floor 8, maybe, you know, floor 7. But this one, not only is this floor fully overlapping floor 8, meaning that if you fail something here, you're likely to be saved by the many pools on floor 8 or some other thing. But let's see Lars now. Clip the landing, but like I said before, this is recoverable. I don't know if Lars has done this yet, but this is no problem. A little bit of a scary jump. You need to be a little bit sort of mindful about where you jump exactly, but Lars does it so well. And we go again. You can retry this as many times as you need, but seems to be enough speed and lands it. Lars only needs to gets it through to the next part, and here this one has been figured out as well. So this is a personal best for Lars now. Okay. So it seemed like you line yourself so that the back wheel is right around this Trackmania sign. Somewhere like in the back wheel is on this line. That seemed to be what Hazard was going for, and it seemed to be very good. So a little bit further forward, you avoid airtime, get a clean landing here, clean landing into the ramp, jump out to the quarter pipe, and down to quarter pipe, and then clean entry here, and from this point you can use the scenery object, the moving block in the ceiling, to line up the jump, because this is a fully blind jump. So you will look at this object here to line it up. Lars, testing out the line. Already committing, actually. Oh, turtle, savable though. Needs to time it. Patience and flip. I was looking at this but earlier. I don't think anyone has failed on this specific ramp. It... What do you do? I was looking at like this. Like if you need to bail out from here, this is simple. Because you can jump from here back to this ramp. But this... Can you take the ramp like on this platform? That would probably help. Then climb back up. And then go here. Lars is trying. Take the speed. And same thought. Same thought. And then carefully, probably through the ledge here, kind of going over here. You just really need to aim this, because the ramp is higher than this platform, so careful, Lars. The car is moving. Don't cam 7 too long. Lars? Oh, okay. Oh. Oof. Oh no. Slightly clips it a little bit too much to the left. It's so close, but so far. And, well, floor 7. Very close, very tricky. But that's how it goes. At the very least, a personal best. And Lars has been very good on floor 11 now. I was very solid on floor 11. So that's an important point, right? Because getting through floor 12, like, yeah, it's great, but I think it's even more important to be consistent on floor 11, because when you get to floor 13 range, it's really never going to be about floor 12 once you have cleared it a couple times, because Hazard and Bren already showed that it is possible to get these things down fairly quickly. And the strats are there, you know. Floor 11, on the other hand, that seems to still cause a lot of mistakes. So, floor 12 actually only has 6 sections. So this was the second one, jumping over here. Then the third one, jumping, getting instant grip here for acceleration, landing here. Number 4, into the ramp, into turbo here, then up into the loop, a little bit to the side, and then jumping over this turbo here. And then you line up from here, the 5th section, through the hole, ramp, double ramp, land. Final section, go here, well, into the other side of the flag. So you go here, here, jump, turbo, left side, bounce into floor 13. So it's not that long. Definitely not as long as floor 13, for example. But the sections are fairly, like, long. You need to chain every section. Once you start driving, then you need to go through with the same speed. But at the same time, it is kind of forgiving. It's a lot more forgiving than floor 11, floor 10 even. Floor 9 is pretty much equal, I think. In terms of, like, saveability. Well, Lars, probably no problem with these floor 8 sections, honestly. So the floor 13 skip once you get through the bobsleigh loop here, around these parts. Eventually you end up doing this wood part up here, and this is the skip. So seems like you're supposed to go here onto the beam, jump here, and then do this bowl here, plastic bouncing on the bottom of it, and then sliding up this ice wall. And you land over here from where you get to this point. So the skip is pretty simply put that you drop down, drop down, drop down, and jump. And now you're here. It's so much shorter and simpler. No one has even gone for the bowl ice wall thing, so we have no idea how difficult that is. But yeah, we'll wait and see what the floor will become. It looks like a cool part, that's true, but we'll see. We don't really know. There could even be like some bait thing. It's a very pathfinding focused floor, it seems. It's very confusing at times, so I'm not making any calls on floor 13 right now. Oh, Lars, barely lunch. Is this the first major cut found? Yes. The first shortcut that actually makes the map easier, from what it looks at least. Maybe Mada, once Mada gets there, it could be. Because Mada doesn't really like shortcuts. Always goes for some intentional strats. That would be cool to see, you know? Cool to see someone do the bowl. I haven't seen 14 to 16 yet. We're discovering those with the players, so that will be a little bit of a surprise. Any new strats on lower floors? Some small ones. Nothing really super recent from what I've seen. Just some, you know, like floor 5 has so many different strats for so many different sections. The grass uphill has like 4 different strats from what I've seen. And then the ice turbo turnaround thing. There's like the safety strat that takes a little bit longer, but allows you to line up for the next part too. But yeah, nothing crazy really on lower floors. Where would you rank floor 12 by difficulty? I mean, I'm not playing, so I'm basically just chatting with my, you know, assumptions, but I do not think floor 12 is really like it's a bit of an outlier. I feel like floor 13 and 11 will be much harder. I think the reason why floor 12 is so high up might be because of the recoverability. Could be something else as well, I suppose, but it feels like floor 12 covers a lot of ground, which makes it so that if you fall down from floor 13, you're likely to land on something on floor 12, which has already happened to like Hazard, for example. Of course, like, it's very speed-checked, very difficult to do, but it doesn't seem to be on the level of floor 11, because floor 11 also has some speed checks, and it's even weirder because the blocks are like turned around a little bit and they're in weird angles, so it's harder to read with your like Trackmania intuition. Floor 12 is fully built on grid in the map editor, which makes it a lot more intuitive, because you kind of know these kinds of like distances and jumps because you've seen them on so many maps before. Once the mappers start like rotating things around in weird angles and such, then you lose that intuition. But floor 12 doesn't have those kinds of rotations. It's fully built within the map editor grid on the default positions, so that you kind of can get an easier read on it. And I think that's like a big reason why it does end up being easier. The plastic bounce might be a bottleneck, yeah. I feel like the plastic half pipe is looking like a less of a bottleneck right now than the high jump just before it as well. I feel like I see more people fail the high jump. So there were two ways to build this map, or two like groups of mappers. One was the Deep Dip crew, which is like 10 mappers or so. And then there were mapping competition participants. So there was a mapping competition where anyone was allowed to submit their own floor. There was a template for it that started from a specific point and ended at the specific point. So, oh, a bit far, but works still. Yeah, there were a lot of submissions. For example, Mudgy's floor, floor 1, floor 3. Some others were 50% in the mapping competition, 5 as well, I think. So yeah, a lot of the floors from the mapping competition, but most of them still through the crew. Well, spin works again. One, 3, 5, 10, 11, 16. Yeah, there we go. I feel like floor 1 is very fitting. I think it works really nicely for where it is on the map. Bounce. A little bit sideways, but Lars makes it again. Seems to be really good at this. Floor 10 now. Is it true that mapper of 16 needed 65 hours to validate? The number is 66 hours, but that's also not true. Oh. I don't know if you can redo this one. What do you do here? You need to chain this one, I think. I think you have to drop to the pool and do the ice spin again. Yeah. That is unfortunate. Like, you're past the ice spin and then you need to redo it immediately after. Oh, slides out. Oh, turbo. Okay, Lars doing some extra spins here, but it eventually works out. I think the gear was lost. Gear down during ice slide, and when you gear down during ice slide, the ice slide control is gone. You will slide out, as it's called. Well, hasn't had trouble with these earlier parts. Look, there's this thing about speedrunning where the beginning of a speedrun or a challenge always sucks. The problem is that you do it every single run, and it's a reminder that you failed the previous run. So the first like 3 floors could be absolutely anything, and they still would be kind of like the bane of the players. Because you need to do them all the time. Oh, spin works this time. Then slide into the plastic. We'll be able to line this back again. Gets to the verge. There we go. Oh, awesome, Kebab. Thank you. Glad it worked. Back to the half-pipes. Are tire conditions like wet and icy calculated per wheel? Depends. I don't remember this ever. Let's check the half-pipes again. Good line from Lars again. Carefully. Around, landing, and then into the plastic. Maybe a couple wiggles. Yeah, there they are. Oh, a little bit sideways. I think one of the key things about this is that you don't want to... Oh, going backwards. Okay, that's brave, Lars. But alright. One of the key things is that you don't want to make corrections to the line too late. At the end, you just want to press forward, because it can like change how the car will bounce. It kind of changes the balance of the car, and yeah, I feel like late corrections are gonna be pretty shaky. But this time Lars is through. Looking good. There we go. So, yeah, I think icy wheels are like wheel dependent. But I think wet wheels happen for all wheels at the same time. If I remember right. Lars, good line. Great speed. Works out. And into the loop. There we go. Gets to try the high jump again. Let's see. Nails it. Really, really good control. The key there is to hit that back wheel on the wall. Then it's ready to go again. Aims the car really, really down. And it seems to work really nicely. I feel like Lars has figured this line out. It's looking really good with this like very heavy like downhill line. And from what I saw before, I feel like some other players are doing this as well. Landing. Works out. Good consistency. Then the spin strat. Found by Hazard. Elcon and Bren tried a bunch of things here, but then Hazard comes in. Does the spin, and it works first try. Lars. Not so lucky this time. Oh god. Doesn't spin quite enough. Which direction? Backwards. Long way down. Floor 8 though. I think Lazard will... Lazard? Lars will wait this through. Well... Lazard, my favorite Trackmania player. Well, into the famous turbo tunnel, going for the isolate strat. I feel like I've seen Hazard do both. Oh, that. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Dude, you're so lucky. You're kidding me. What? How did it... How do you... That was the lineup there was a complete disaster. Like I can't imagine the lineup going worse than that. That still works. Lars is turtled, yes, but falling off the edge, probably to floor 8. Probably... What is it gonna be? Is it gonna be on the penalty grass or the plastic here? Hopefully the... Well, I don't know actually which one is better. Both are pretty bad, but with good control, I think it's savable. Well, Koopa Troopa. Someone else is on floor 8 as well. Ixon is here as well. And I think Ixon actually is in personal best. Tries out the bobsleigh. Landed very clean. Very, very solid. Hazard getting some turtles in. Hazard super sort of comfortable with this turtling stuff. Gonna give some background on Ixon. No, he came third on Deep Deep 1. Who is he? So I don't know too much about Ixon actually. But I do know that Ixon has like a pretty strong trial background from what I remember. That's my understanding. So similar to Hazard, for example. So like very tricky, difficult maps. Usually with checkpoints. That's pretty much all I know, honestly. There's probably some, you know, some trial players who would be able to give a bit more info. Deep Deep 1 was legitimately validated by Hazard. This one... Not... Oh, cleared it after the release? Oh, was that so? Oh. I misremember then. Probably did not take 60 hours. Ixon, getting to the second turtle as well. What does the dot at the end of Hazard's, Carlberg's and Kuba's names mean? I don't know if it's... Is it some team thing? Or is it just like stylized? I suppose it could be some team thing as well. How's Lars? Well, it's gonna fall, but where? Is it? Not this again. It's something about these platforms. I feel like it happens all the time with these. Every time. Like the car just stops moving at the edge. It's something about those specific platforms. That is unfortunate. You wait for 5 minutes and then nothing happens. What are those speaker icons that show up throughout the map? They are voice lines. The players can hear them when they clear a section for the first time. Hazard a little short on this jump. Oh. Oh no. Didn't land into the pool either. That is very unlucky. To the end of floor 5 though. So it's something. It's not great, but it's something. Usually when we see players fail this, they generally drop down to the pool, but that went a bit too far and not far enough to actually land into the previous platform here. Well, Ixon, finding these sections, probably thinking about how to recover from this. We know. There's a pipe. So you have to drive upside down, you have to keep driving here, upside down, and then flip the car onto this. Otherwise, it's back to the beginning of the section. Timing. Good. So then you just hold on. Ixon also doing some right taps here. We saw Lars hold like 50%. Oh, that's very far to the downhill. That's gonna make the turtle weaker. Ixon still saves it though. Well done. You can see the strong trial background when these guys are good at saving these kinds of unexpected situations upside down. And the climb. Back wheels. Hazard does this with front wheels. It's kind of... Maybe like 30% of players do this with front wheels and the rest do it with back wheels. If the speed check works. Already a personal best. Landing. Oh, barely. A little close, but works out. Can you actually explain the 66 thing? So, there was a rumor spread somewhere, I don't even know where it began really, that floor 16 took 66 hours from the mapper to validate. This is not true. That's the whole thing. What's your opinion on making a khaki tower map? It would need to be pretty short. Or do you mean like a khaki like for the competition? Or just a random like hard map? Like a tower map with khaki tricks or a tower map for the khaki season? The problem with khaki maps is that they need to be pretty like stable length usually. There are some longer ones, but the idea of khaki is that you have a server, you have multiple servers, and then there's like a map rotation, 75 maps, and every time you get like 10 minutes, let's say, depending on the map difficulty. But let's say you get 10 minutes of time. Ixon makes it to the cat room for the first time, by the way. We could we could check out this attempt here. So then if you have a very long map, it gets like very difficult just because you run out of time before the map changes, right? So having like roughly equal length on maps is usually better for khaki. Well, Ixon probably checking some VODs, checking some strats. You need to drive over here, line up the jump, and then into that gap there. A bit too far left, you hit the lights, a bit too far right, you hit the wall, so need to aim correctly. This looks very good. There are some very easy khaki maps. There's some maps where people have figured out a strat to get them almost every single time with specific inputs. Low input strategies, as they're called. Well, Ixon starting the turtle using the Elcon position. Needs to be sure to not accidentally hit the wall in the wrong way. Unflips the car there, but you don't want to unflip it. This will unflip maybe too. Oh no, keeps it. So this should be fine. Going up the ramp. Seems to be pretty comfortable with the turtle stuff because it's on going for this pretty quickly. So here we go. Onto the beam. Taking it fairly carefully here. Seems to have a good control. Then just the timing here. Goes a little bit too far, but it lands on the grass. Only 2 sections behind. That's not bad. That's probably the best possible way to fail this. It's right below. There's nothing on the other side, so one of the better ways to fall. Nobody's hit floor 14 just yet. It's just the height. Just the height. Floor 13 still. Currently, tie between Bren and Hazard. Oof, that was a little bit closer, but works out. So back we go. Starts the turtle. This one looks like a better turtle start as well. Not so close to the wall. Hitting the wall in the wrong way can just end the turtle, so you want to be very careful. Second try, this time a little bit faster. Timing. Better. One more. Very patient. Oh. Works out. Now just a flip. Nicely done. That should work. That should work. Gets to try the final jumps now. But a new personal best already. By a long shot. I think Ixon already PB'd this run on the beam landing in the very beginning. So getting this last section here would be basically like a floor one shot. More or less. There's a couple ways to do this as well. You can either go like in a straight line here, basically. Some players go very far on the right side. Some players just kind of go to the left and line up for this jump. Landing onto the ramp, and then we also see two strats in the turnaround. You can turn to the left side. But we actually see a lot of the top players turn to the right side. So even though it feels like there's less space there, I guess they don't want to end up too far in the middle, because you do need to start the turn from pretty far on the side here. So they go here, turn to the right side, land, and then full turn over here. And then the jump into this window, or I suppose, you know, Mada found the easy way here. If you fail the line after the quarter pipe, you can recover. There's a pipe that brings you back to this point, so it is safe to retry, unless you commit to the jump. Okay, Ixon also the right side turn. Jumps, will land, jumps. That's a little bit close, but lands. I actually thought that would be too low, but that's very nice. One shot, no issue. And now the celebration climb. Floor 9 for the first time. So now joining Granadi and I need to check. Mada of course, yes, Mada. And Hugo as well, I think. Hugo should have been... I'm actually not 100%. The height kind of feels like it should be floor 9, but I'm not sure, because with this quarter pipe jump you do get pretty high sometimes. So it could be that Hugo has still not made it past this final part. It might just be Ixon and Mada now on floor 9. On floor 10, right here, we have Simo and Schmaniel. That one I remembered. Floor 11, we have Scrappy and Scantier and Virtual. And floor 12, we have Lars and Elcon. And then floor 13, we have Brennan Hazard. Okay, I did remember everything. So it's like 2 players per floor, pretty much, yeah? Except floor 11. Floor 11 is 3 players. But it's like very steady, sort of top 10 right now. Ixon has found the route. Now the turbo landing. Oh, it's floating so much. Impossible to tell what's happening. It's fine for the players. We're just you know, in Spectator we're kind of floating. Granadi is not on floor 10 unless something has happened. We watched Granadi's attempt on floor 9, and Granadi failed the very final jump. Like, the height is there, and actually Granadi got much further than the height of floor 10. The very final landing, Granadi missed. Yes, Brennan Hazard were not floor 14. No, yeah, no. Floor 13 still. So the height again a bit misleading. Pretty much every single floor reaches the height of the next floor somewhere in the middle. Oh, Ixon. Oh, maybe some weird glitch. It's kind of rare to end up even halfway through this hole here. Looks pretty weird though. The thing is that there's no good options here. Even if you somehow make it here, you have to go for the snake right back to floor 7. So I don't even know, like... I mean, it's better than nothing. Turtles? Okay. That's... Well, that's... Trackmania moment right there. Solid first attempt still on floor 9, and of course, like, Ixon, a full floor PB. Ixon's previous personal best was the beam, right? This jump, so made it all the way through here, around here, through here. Still goes on. Jumping here, final turtle part. And doing these jumps over here. And then even doing this first part, which is difficult. Landing here. That was the PB. All of that. So it's pretty impressive. And maybe Ixon can start, like, getting back now, because we often look at these, like, floor 7, floor 8 players in the sense that, okay, well, you know, they might be a bit, you know, far right now. Maybe they're not really going to contest much. But at the same time, you have one run, you have that one god run, and you clear an entire floor that you hadn't seen before. So, one more of those, and suddenly, you know, Ixon is in top 10. Same as Mada? Yeah. Could be the same. Yeah, I did hear Brent saying that even if you start right now, you could still have a chance, because the final floors look to be just so difficult. And it could be right, like Bren has been pretty good with the predictions of the floor difficulty. But I'm a bit skeptical still, because it's like 150 hours of missing playtime or something. Maybe a little bit less, but you know. Even if you never played Trackmania and start right now. Now that might be a little bit much. I'm not sure if Bren would believe in that one. Mada can definitely catch up though. Like, you know, already trying to clear floor 9. looking pretty good. And then, you know, someone like Simo, depending a bit on the khaki season and such, could still also start getting runs through Florzen, learn the struts there, learn the ice spin, and get some runs going further. Entirely possible. I've heard like conflicting statements about Simo's plans, honestly. So maybe I would just need to ask Simo. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that a lot can change. There's like 2 weeks before Kaki starts. So a lot can change, you know? Early in the event. Yeah, I feel like the conflict might come from like more recent statements. Floor 1 is reachable for completely new players. It's not gonna be easy. Will take time. But you can reach it. Timo said he will finish 66 khaki maps. Oh, okay. Thanks for the update. There are some ways to play this map even with the free access. Like, you can generally play some custom maps with the free access with some weird ways, workarounds. It is easiest to play. It is easiest to play with the club access though. Hello, Jallet. I have a friend that is struggling to make scenery on a 10-minute map because of editor performance. So what size is the map base? Lars, good line. So by performance, do you mean like the game is crashing or something? Because then it's kind of rough. But if you mean that it's just slow, like it's slow to place new blocks, that's due to large map bases. So if it's at all possible to switch to a smaller, slightly smaller map base, that would help. There's actually also like some way, I don't know how to do it, but there's like possible way to shrink wrap maps, meaning that you reduce the size of the map base to the smallest possible, depending on where the blocks are. It's 48. 10-minute map. Wow. I don't know. Guess you can't really change the map size. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure. Ask on Discord. Lars, really not getting the setup super easily. Now it's working and it goes through. I suppose, like, when Lars gets it clean, it does look really really nice. But the problem really is when it doesn't work, right? He's patient with it, which is good. Issue is when it goes wrong at like the last possible moment, you know? Well, back to floor 8. Had a turtle incident on floor 11 not too long ago. And before that... unfortunately just missed a landing, but has been getting some pretty good runs going. Missed a landing on floor 12 before that, so floor 12 and floor 11 behind Lars on this session today. Personal best was reached. Beam landing, important part, works fine. Jumping, fine. Lars has done this floor so many times. Everyone has done this floor so many times. Because you fail something on floor 9, you fail something on floor 10 even, you often fly into this floor, so you spend a lot of time turtling. Yeah, I haven't really looked at the higher floors, so I don't really have like a good take on the difficulty of the final floors. I feel like Bren has probably been the most accurate with like guesses of how long it takes to finish a certain floor and what the difficulty is, so potentially has this one correct as well. Yeah, I know that a lot of players have like done the free camera around the final floors and kind of mentally prepared for what's about to come. I don't know if there's any other takes on how difficult they look. Oh, Lars. Grass landing always does this, lining up like 45 degrees to the left and then clipping the left back wheel. And that seems to be a very consistent way of doing the slowdown. Lars getting the luck boost, hopefully. I mean, I'm just afraid of the mappers. Honestly, like, whenever I see that there's a new Viro map, I'm a little bit worried. That's floor 14. And Kubas is just, like, that good of a player that I'm also afraid of 15. And then I don't even know what Jumper has cooked. I have actually no predictions there, but I'm sure it's not anything good. Not anything good in the sense that, you know... Let's say that it's not going to be a good time for the players. I'm sure it's going to be good in terms of quality. But I think the players might have issues. Okay, Lars making it to floor 9, very consistent lines on floor 8. Maybe getting another floor 11 attempt going. Has been looking very good on the ice spin as well. So there's a lot of progression from Lars in terms of consistency on a lot of these tricks. Landing. Good line. The most consistent landings on this are like to the middle. So you basically aim to this. That way the car doesn't fall to the other side, because if you're too far to the right, then it often bounces here, and your back wheels will be off the platform, and then it's already difficult to recover. So like we see these players aim just about here onto the white part, so that they will land, like the car turns a little bit to the left and stays on the turbo. No problem with the next part. Landing here. Absolutely no issue doing these jumps. This one a little bit trickier. Need to push a bit more speed. Landing here. There we go. Been working the last 2 days. I heard floor 13. You heard right. Not just that, but pretty far into it as well. Very clean line. 229 speed. 235 would be good. Oh, that wasn't enough. Oh, what on earth is... This Trackmania moment sponsored by Nario Physics Changes. Thanks, wooden surface. It's super cool. So, wood is a very high grip surface. I'm gonna really quickly, I'm gonna show a khaki map, alright? I don't know how to explain this, so I'm gonna show a khaki map, okay? Literally, this is the only way I can explain this. So, wood surface was changed in November of last year. These blocks used to work the same way as these blocks. The wood surface here, that used to be exactly the same as this surface. But now it's weird. It has insanely high grip, and it works in very mysterious ways. This map shows it. This thing right here. And then there's also a risky fin into the far lens of Trackmania. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I don't know what's going on. I don't think Nadio knows what's going on. I don't think Lars knows what's going on. This is just how wood works now. Sometimes when you get like a very specific angle and you're pressing the right keys to the direction, then the car just does this thing. This is just the thing that happens. So, good trick for next tower, or you didn't use this one? Hey, +1 info. Floor 16 doesn't have this khaki trick on it. Nice. Why did they change wood? So there were 2 reasons, and I will say these as neutrally as possible. 2 main reasons why they weren't changed, and you can decide whether you think these are good reasons or not. One is that having 2 different wood surfaces, because the idea why they added wood to begin with was because they added the snow car. And Snow Car is a 20-year-old car that they wanted to add to the game. Oh, Lars, we'll redo this line. Not enough speed. So 20 years ago, there was a Snow Car in the first Trackmania game. So they decide, okay, we're gonna add this here. You said neutral? I'm neutral. This is all factual. So, Snowcar had these wood blocks that it was like known about. It was like a very key element. The wood sort of paths, wood roads on the snow environments back in 2003. So then they think like, okay, we're gonna add these wood blocks into this game too. But then they wanted to do something more. They wanted to make a new surface that would act differently with the Stadium Car too. And they went with this super like high grip, high speed surface where you could like essentially not drift. It's like infinite grip surface. And they did that. They added the wooden surface. And it was kind of interesting, you know, it's been a while since we had a new surface. For Snowcar, yeah, for Snowcar it works differently than the Stadium Car. But yeah, okay, so it was cool. But then very quickly, on the same day as the release, people noticed that, okay, well, hold on. All the walls have been changed too. So all of the walls that Lars, you know, had the incident on, for example, have also been changed to this new surface. And a lot of old maps were broken by this. So then it's like, well, what's up? What's happening? And Nadio, initially, they said that it would be confusing for new players if the game had two separate wooden surfaces. So they couldn't do that. They replaced all wood with this new surface. And then the other reason that they said was that they are optimizing the game's file size. So they couldn't add a new... They couldn't add a new surface, they needed to replace an old surface. So, yeah, you can decide your own opinion. What's my personal opinion? I'm a big fan of old maps not breaking. And there are some problems. There are some problems with specific normal maps with the new wooden surface. Oh. Yeah. Anyway, Lars back to floor 10. Doing very well. Moving forward now, getting closer towards floor 10. Old maps were fixed, yes. So old maps are now working, yes. But they broke them first and then they fixed the old maps after a while. Spin. Looks to be good enough. We'll land again. Lars getting better and better at this. Floor wood was new, but yes, all walls were broken. It's not really true that floor wood was new either, because there was a custom wood material that you could create custom blocks with. That was in the game files already, so they replaced that wood, which also resulted in some custom maps completely breaking. Well, Lars to the half-pipes now. And this is very far to the side. Oh, still lands though, and that's the most important part. Some wiggles should be enough to give the speed. Landing too far to the left side there is actually not that bad, because the car will get pushed a little bit to the side because of the icy wheels that you get from the ice. So that side landing, as long as it's not on the other side, it's generally gonna be fine. If anything, you don't want to land like exactly in the center, because the icy wheels will push the car a little bit further. Well, Lars, back to the 1200 meter height. There we go. So you can't climb wooden walls. Not really. It's just that it kind of prevents you from falling. So here we go. Lining up. A big jump again. Lineup is good. What about the speed here? Back wheel. Oh, it doesn't quite hit, but Lars still saves it. Going a little bit too far. Jumping a little bit too far. Not hitting the back wheel. But still works. All good. And then the plastic. Already going. This looks pretty nice. There we go. Lars really has figured this out. Really nice lines. The wiggles give you speed on surfaces, called speed sliding. Works on plastic above 200 speed. Clean lines from Lars still. Then to the spin, and this is the previous run's mistake. Landed turtled. Spin was a little bit too late, I think. This time? We'll land. Well done. Next speed check. Pretty tricky as well. Looks like a good landing though. I think this will land as well. Barely, but still does land. So then the final tricky part. Again, you want to avoid the third gear here. So keeping the second gear. Don't want to get more than 158 speed maybe. Should be safe. Lining up. Going in. That was 57. Very nice. Perfect. Then straight to floor 12. Managed to clear the first jump for the first time. Just before this. And now is the second time of the session. Already ready to go. Okay, we're not taking any time. Looks like a good line. Lands it. Very clean. There we are. Whiskey's floor. Is Lars ready to go here as well? Lineup is there. Back wheels next to the Trackmania sign. So here's the PB chance. Has found a recovery if this fails the same way as before, but let's see. Speed should be exactly the right one. Oh, Lars actually not feeling the line though. So now needs to do the same save that didn't work last time. Onto the barrier here. Maybe trying something else. Oh, and jumping? Taking speed and jumping there? That seems riskier, honestly. It was very close to going on this barrier and then into this. What? I don't know. I think Lars just wanted to get on flat ground to kind of check what's happening. Figure out what to do. But I don't think like a jump would work. Looks really risky. One of the scarier saves on this floor. Yeah, not gonna try anything with that, maybe? Oh, hold on. If you miss, it's floor 8. Floor 8. Big fall. I think Hazard might be watching as well. Not sure. Checking the progress. Let's see now. Is he gonna try to jump? God. This looks so wonky. This is not the greatest ramp. I don't know about this. I don't know if this is a good idea. Oh no. Oh no. You can... So you can climb this. You can climb up this. But like, are you gonna get back there? There's absolutely nothing you can fall onto. What are you gonna do? I think your best bet is to line up on this one. Like, right wheel on the ramp, and then just try this and somehow jump here. Maybe also, like, going from here, going from this edge, and then doing like a sideways flip onto this platform. Yeah, like a... basically like a barrel roll. So you line up here, you drive off, you hope the car does like a full barrel roll, lands here. This is... yeah, there's not... this is not a great position to be in. Floor 8 is below, floor 9 a bit further. I think it's gonna be floor 8, if anything. Well, Lars failed the other recovery before, right? So when you fail something once, you might think like, okay, I don't trust this anymore. Failed without the jump before, the same line. Well. Looks like it's lining up for the floor 11, yeah, but the left wheels are so tough to get into this as well. Okay, well, gets it. Alright, so I guess it's gonna be the barrel roll. I'm gonna give this a 5% chance of working. It's a little bit off. Floor 8. Bounce. Turtled. Oh, controllable. Well, he's alive. Somewhere. Yeah, okay, you can climb back here. Alright, well, floor 8. It could be worse. Ouch. Alright. Well, but yeah, it's like... So Lars tried this before. Tried to essentially get like the straight line here. And at that point... kind of clipped the left wheels too much on this edge and then fell down here. The end result is the same, floor 8, but... I don't know, yeah, this as a ramp looks pretty weird. I don't really know. It does look like just lining this up slowly, or you know, kind of like taking some speed and maybe a little bit of airtime through this. Maybe that still has a better chance, but... Well. can you climb that slowly? Well, the moment you commit, you have to get like both front wheels on the other side. If you have the left side wheels on the left side, then I don't know if it's possible to get back up. Hazard also... Yeah, maybe with some speed, it could be better. Hard to say. A weird save to have to do. We should hope that Lars doesn't have to do that for the third time. But yeah, Hazard also still trying to get a run together. Of course, our floor 13 player here, one of the two. So, Bren and Hazard tied on floor 13. And then we have... Lars now, I suppose, on third place. Elcon has reached floor 12 as well, from what I've heard, but we haven't seen that run. It was sometime in the morning earlier today. Then it's Virtual. Virtual still at the final parts of floor 11. Scandier and Scrappy also on floor 11. Well, Lars on the climb then. Not too many issues on these floors because you end up doing this so much. Good night, Jacob. Landing a turtle, savable. Carefully lines it up. Well done. It's a bit scary doing these against the wood walls, honestly, because of the weird physics, but seems to work fine. It is a pretty rough jump, that one. Like the whole turbo sequence. It's always a little bit shaky. The landings, you know, these blocks are not designed to be landed on. Lars a little bit to the right side this time. Car bounces sideways, like I mentioned before, but recoverable. And we go again. I feel like a lot of the time when you do get to this range though, like floor 9, floor 10, these runs end up going for a long time. Because really, it usually drops down to floor 8. Then it continues from there. And then suddenly you've been playing for 3 hours on one run. Clip before hitting the light? Yeah, okay. We can really quickly actually show that, so you also understand, you guys who didn't see it before, you also understand the context here. So, This was the slow recovery that Lars tried before. And you can kind of tell from this that it sort of smashes into this and the left wheel is already off the barrier, right? And at this point, you know, unlucky bounces and like, could you still get on the right side? Maybe. But, you know, it's pretty scary and like the fall, it's big, right? So going for this one time, it's not so great, and you fail it once, and then it's like, okay, well, do I really want to try that again, or do I want to try something else? Yeah, I'm kind of surprised about the ramp attempt, honest. Oh wow, we are lagging. Well, either way, Lars now at least knows that the ramp is not that much better than the other recovery. That will be important information for some others as well, if they need to do the same recovery at some point. I suppose Lars just hoping to, you know, properly test the line this time. That clip is unfortunate. There is a recovery way here that you can do if you're very brave. Lars has been very brave when jumps. So you can take speed from the ramp and you can land back up on this platform. But it's always going to be very cursed. But yeah, Lars taking it easy, taking it safe this time. Gets back to the half point. If you're confident on these jumps, then it seems a bit unnecessary to go for these. Jumping up, and there we are. There we are. Once again, Lars, notice how Lars does kind of like a higher version of this low jump, in the sense that it like slows down a little bit on the setup. A lot of players are kind of just like going straight from the first quarter pipe, but Lars kind of like angles it upwards and it slows the car down, but it lands really clean and it seems to ensure like a very good consistent speed. Back we go. Any new comments from the mappers about progress? Mostly XDD. Well, we go again. Lars, again, it's gonna be about the ice spin. No, yeah, I mean, there's a good amount of progress right now. Like, we're not really at the point where anything is stalling. If anything, you know, a lot of players are making personal progress every day. And then we now have a new section to solve, right? We don't know what to do right now. The plastic bone strat on floor 13, that's still kind of open. So there's a lot to look forward to right now. Floor 11, yeah, that one was kind of like players just unable to get through the sections. But now it's working. Was that virtual post about a few days ago with easier version? Yeah, I haven't heard anything else. Floor 13 is by Plexity. And floor 14 is by Viro. I'm from Finland. Mars, clean landing. Oh, a bit of a high line here, but kind of dips a little bit on the right side to get a bit of a higher jump there. Works. Spin. Works again. Oh, okay, I was like, alright. Seems like connection is a bit shaky in spectating tonight, but I think for the players it's fine. I haven't seen any complaints from the players. Deep dips sometimes needed on the floor here. There we go. Then just the lineup. And turn around, good timing. Not too early, not too late. Line up here, perfect. Lars, some wiggles as well, this will be very fast. Almost going too far actually. But hey, it's fine. Lars, react in time, no issue. Hazard, as well. Carly driving upside down, as you need to. We keep going. Good lines from Lars. Maybe we'll see another attempt. Getting back here fairly quickly, actually. It was like only 8 minutes ago, 9 minutes ago on floor 8. So we go up. Then into the loop. Landing looks good. You don't need a perfect landing there. Doesn't really matter. Just as long as you don't clip the landing, don't land too early, and if you don't land like way too late there. There we go. Keep going now. Cleared this a few times already today. Back wheel. Perfect. Oh. Alright, Lars. Alright. I will say that was unlucky, but that was very good. Very good save from Lars. Should be fine here. What's the... What... Okay, alright, yeah. I don't know why he stayed on the plastic for so long. I guess just to be like extra safe there. That was pretty unlucky. But great save. Really good save there. Especially doing the flip downhill. But ready to go already. Plastic works and we should be in the pool. Very consistent. Don't think there's been any turtle saves on this. So that was pretty good. Oh, here we go. Back to the quarter pipes. Again, one shot. Done this I think 4 times in a row now. We keep going. Landing looks good enough. The spin does land almost off the platform. Lars also kind of like keeps accelerating there to make sure it lands. And then it's ready to go again. Clean landing. Good work. Very good. Lars looking super, super good today. So then the speed again. Want to keep it around 150. Oh! Actually hit 161 there, but it didn't give the gear. I think it was maybe during airtime or something, or it was just on my speedometer there. Anyway, Lars clears it, no problem. Back to floor 12, and now we're hoping that not only the first part works, but the second one as well. Flips the hole there, notices early enough, and it's good that Lars didn't panic there. Didn't keep turning to the right because the car would have gone downhill. That would have been a little bit awkward. What's down here anyway? The pool is too far. Would be maybe down to this pool at best. Yeah, it's pretty tricky. But Lars makes it. I think you still have to go to the pool. So what Hazard was doing before was lining up the car onto this ramp. Oh, Lars. Oh, just okay, Lars. No lineup needed. Lars slowly becoming Elcon. Clips the landing. Yeah. We'll redo this one. There's same pool landing from here. Right in the center. It's a bit of a blind jump, but once you do that a couple times, you're going to be much more confident with it, it seems. This one looks better. Very clean line. Very clean landing. So we keep going. Already going. Okay, not really lining up the speed too much, but this is the best try Lars has had so far. Into the quarter pipe. It's a little short. And we go back. Oh, the car flips. But we go back, and Lars now will jump over here. Most likely. The plastic ramp didn't really work. Slow tread didn't really work. We're back there again. What's it gonna be? I will say that personally, as a neutral observer, the ramp looks like it kind of sucks. $1337 PB. That's something. Can they jump up and turn around? What's up? What Lars did before was getting the speed, turning around, and then jumping on this platform. That seems to be the most reasonable option here. You can't really take this ramp like here. Even then it would be the same end result, right? You can get to this block from here as well, right? So it doesn't really matter. And then, like, do you want to do anything from here, really? Like, this pool, super far. There's really no recovery from here. You can't get to the pool, that seems to be too far away. This is blocked, so you can't jump to the beginning of the floor. Going up here, that's not gonna work. Lars basically just has this option. Good night, Excalibur. Thank you. So, It has to be the slow strat, right? Like the ramp was much less promising. Like what even is this, right? Like it has to be it has to be the slow strat, right? I think it will be. Like it's not great, not nice to have to do that. Oh god. It doesn't get onto the border. And though. Guess which floor it is. Floor 8. Every time. So it needs to be a little bit faster, probably. Or a little bit of a different angle, at least. Today's simply not Lars' day. I would disagree. Lars has gotten a personal best, has gotten it 412 3 times. I feel like it's going pretty well overall. Just the second part of floor 12 giving some trouble, but if we compare to like, you know, how much trouble there's been on like the ice spin or floor 11, I feel like having 3 mistakes that all drop to floor 8, that doesn't seem so bad, does it? Like, you know, you get to continue the run every single time. 3 times now in a row from floor 8. It's not too bad. Like, Lars is on a 1 hour 7 minute run. Has been to floor 12 3 times on the same run. I feel like it's going pretty good. Like, sure, the recoveries aren't working out, but getting more and more practice, more and more experience. Lars's personal best was what you just saw. That was the PB. Can't you do the slow strat with speed from backing up on the black? Suppose that was what Lars first, right? But the problem is that, you know, you can't really make any adjustments that way, it just needs to work. I suppose like the slower approach, if you would land on the border, you would be able to then try to make adjustments, or if you like can't get the wheels on it, maybe you could recover back and try again. So I suppose that was the idea, but not getting on the border there, that kind of ruins everything, right? It's a tough call, but at the very least now Lars has more info, has more data on what can work and what can, you know, be like a possible mistake. Floor 12 is definitely not free. Oh, this is too slow. Lars, the hazard to the turbo. Oh no. What even is this? Alright. So, if we want to talk about luck... I think Lars is doing just fine. I feel like it's going okay. Oh. Okay, not the wood situation, but this... barely lands, not going onto the plastic. Hazard has been getting so much better on the 360. I don't know, it's still like... it's working more often than it's failing, I would say. But there's definitely like, you know, still maybe like 40% or 30 to 40% probably result in... Hazard is still here. Floor 2 now. Hazard just doesn't have the confidence on the ice like others do. Yeah, that's kind of... I think it's kind of like that. When you see this like very careful approach, compared to like even Lars is kind of sending it a lot more right now. So I feel like it might be about the approach. Elcon is just like... Elcon doesn't set up anything there. Elcon just goes and does the spin and then it's through. And like there's like a couple keys to it, which is that you want to get the second gear, you want to have initial speed, you want to have the spin timing. But I do feel like overall Elcon's like timing on the inputs during the spin itself are also like just so much more confident. Even if Elcon mistimes the spin, it's usually still going to be enough. Because the spin speed is just better. The gears are automatic, so you don't need to worry about pressing anything more than just 4 buttons really. Brake, accelerate, and steer. But the gears are still important, so they manually they automatically change at specific speeds. Yeah, the game kind of presses the button for you when you reach a specific speed. For example, the second gear, which we care about on the ice there, is at 100 speed. So when you hit 100 speed, generally speaking, gear 2 will happen, whether you like it or not. And on ice, it's extremely important, because when you start an ice slide, like what Lars just did there, if you have a gear shift during the ice slide, so if you drop a gear or if you gain a gear, that will affect the ice slide, usually ending that ice slide. So basically on that kind of like a steep hill, for example, it means that you will just slide down after the gear change. So you need to be very careful, and you need to like understand how much speed you need. On ice, it's like disastrous to have gear changes during ice slides, for the reason that the ice slide requires them to stay the same for the ice slide to keep continuing. What are action keys? So action keys are extra 5 buttons you have. They limit steering. Let's see now. So getting the 100 speed, getting the gear 2, doing the spin, getting the landing. It is well done. So that's how you want to do this. Someone like Elcon will jump like a full block higher than Lars, but as long as you make the landing, that's all you care about. So there are action keys as well, which are not really necessary on a map like this, for example. But you can limit your steering to a specific percentage. They are predefined, so there's action key 1, which is 20%, action key 2, which is 40%, 60%, 80%, and then 100%, which is essentially like a reset button. So you can have like this toggle button that you press, and then your steering, even if you steer fully to the direction, it's going to be limited to whatever action key you choose. So as a keyboard player, for example, it's pretty nice, because we can't steer like at half strength unless you have an analog keyboard. So you can use Action Key 2, and then just press the left button, and it's gonna steer at 40% strength. Well, Lars back to floor 11. Really not having issues on floor 10 anymore. Really confident and consistent. We keep going. Does this mean that people play this game with one hand only? Generally speaking, for example, myself, I have my brake button on left control, and then I accelerate and steer with the arrow keys. I think Simo, for example, who is on floor 10, the personal best, I think Simo does play with only arrow keys. So it's technically possible, but it's, you know, can be a little bit uncomfortable, because you do need to accelerate and brake at the same time very often. Oh, here we go. Big jump. Left wheel clip. Perfect. Absolutely perfect from Lars. Acceleration is binary. Lars, good line. Yeah, so consistent. Doing so well. I feel like Lars can actually start rivaling Hazard and Bren pretty soon, because this consistency, like, this is the 4th time Lars is clearing these jumps on this run. So within 1 hour and 18 minutes, Lars has made it back to floor 11 to these late parts 4 times. Super impressive. Oh, now the last few. Good landing. Spin. Looks good. Here we go. Landing a bit late. Is it gonna be enough? Oh, not quite. And this will unfortunately be a fall. Back to... You guessed it. What, huh? Floor 8. We are on floor 8. Back we go. A little bit fortunate with the bounce, but you take those. You take them. So that is Lars's... Is it Lars's 5th time on floor 8 on this run? Every single time. So like when we call floor 8 a soft checkpoint, this is what it means, right? You fail something on floor 11, yeah, that's alright. Back to floor 8. Oh, alert. Pushing it a little bit. But making it through floor 6 right now. About halfway through it. Had a bit of an unfortunate fall as well from floor 10. Climbing back in. Lars doing the good old turtles here. Yeah, Slumpy, this event has definitely gone well beyond Trackmania's usual audience. Which is why we try to, you know, explain things, answer questions, and kind of talk about these mechanics and tricks the players are doing. There's a lot of players on Deep Dit too, that's true. what are khaki maps? Essentially just maps with these kinds of tricks, you know, this could be a khaki map trick, you know, it is, I know some maps with this. This trick. So basically, like, usually very difficult, often luck-based, or like, at least they require a little bit of luck, maps that are shorter, usually like 10 to 30 seconds. They are generally linked into a competition called, depending on the game, either Kakiest Kaki, which is starting on June 1st in Trackmania Nations Forever, the other game that people play, and Kaki Reloaded, which is in this game, it's gonna be in November. There's a season that lasts for 1 month, and there are 75 maps in the season. Your goal as the player is to finish as many as possible, and they are sometimes very difficult maps that only like a couple players are able to finish in the entire season. So there's definitely some overlap, but generally Kaki maps, like, you wouldn't really have like a Kaki trick on this map, because they are designed to be inconsistent. Well, yeah, Deep Dip is more like RPG, but there is overlap, you know? Kaki is related to RPG. And then Trial is harder RPG in some sense. So Kaki is like shorter maps, usually luck dependent, RPG, consistent maps, usually pathfinding, and then Trial maps are less pathfinding, more difficult than RPG, and longer maps with multiple checkpoints. So, like, that's, yeah, a lot of related styles. Oh, Lars. One more jump and we're back to floor 9. Works out again. Why is it RPG? Probably because, you know, in the early days of Trackmania, those kinds of like pathfinding longer maps used to also have like a storyline. Probably nothing super crazy, but you know, something kind of like a story map with like a consistent theme and like heavy effort on scenery, like the decorations and such. Is this enough speed? Was it a little bit slow? No, it's fine. No problem. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the Viro floor. That's gonna be the next one. Oh, Gary controls it though. So Viro built floor 14, and Viro is a Kaki mapper. Not only a mapper, it's also kind of part of the Kaki organizer crew. So, something to be afraid of. Back we are, Lars climbing again. Oh, a little bit short here though. Oh, the wood grip. Oh, turtle, it's alive. Alright, Lars makes the recovery. I will say that Lars has had some interesting saves on this run. Some pretty wild saves, honestly. Floor 6 ending and floor 7 like middle point are very failable. I think we still occasionally see like every top player fail sometimes on floor 7. It just tends to happen. Landing. Good. Don't see any big US players. Is Trackmania a European thing? Very much so, yeah. There are some Canadians. Wally, Canadian, and also Carl Jr. Both have been playing quite a bit. But yeah, like of course there are also US players. Not really too many on this specific challenge, but... Oof, Lars. Well, recovery right below. Not able to break in time now. Well, back we go. Oh, tally, yeah, true. Haven't seen Lingo on the server. There's going to be a desert car, which could be a little bit of a American thing. Has that kind of a vibe. So it's actually going to be released very soon. In 4 days. They have like these alternative cars that are not really meant to be like a big major thing. This is still kind of a main car of the game, but you can have these gates that as a mapper you can place on the map, and you can drive through them and they change your car to something else with a little bit of like some other physics and mechanics. Oh, we go back. Oh, Kapatare was rally today. Oh, really? Did they fix the gate bug? The one that they had in the very beginning, the launch? Oh, do you mean the new one? The Uber Uber bug gate thing. It should be fixed in the next update, I suppose. I think it's gonna be fixed in this following update with the desert car. Like, it was already fixed in alpha version, that I know, so it's probably gonna be added on this next patch. Next week. How many gate bugs did I miss? Well, there's the new one where you do bug slide inputs through a gate, and then you can Uber when you switch the car again on another gate. I am not Schlumpy, but I hear things. It's been confirmed by devs. Magnetic wrote on some Discord server that it's already fixed. That was like pretty quickly after it was found. But yeah, so there was the Uber thing. And then at the very launch of the game there was the gate bug that somehow like messed with checkpoints. I think it was ultimately like network related. They did some netcode updates and it didn't work, so the cup of the day was broken. But yeah, that one was fixed as well. Oh, that's not enough. 224, I think Lars... Wow, okay. I think Lars was a little bit impatient. That was very slow. But it still ends up working. Like, you can have 10 more speed. Which is a lot on that kind of a section. That was the lowest speed I've seen anyone clear that jump with. Okay, land still. Floor 10 almost again. Climbing. Jumping through. I mean, let's be real. Lars has been kind of lucky on this run as well, no? Let's be real. Some of those floor 8 saves were kind of good. So Yannick was playing for the first 2 days and was in like top 3, was looking really good. But we already knew at that point that Yannick would concentrate on Zealand, which was last week. Zerator tournament with like a lot of different games in it. Yannick has been playing again now this week, but I'm not really sure what the plan is. Here we go. Really no issues with these ice floor parts. I feel like at this point, the fact that there's really like this one speed check, like this is basically like a speed check that you need to do right. That is the only thing that players seem to sometimes fail, apart from the ice spin and maybe the occasional mistake on these pipe jumps. What? Where are we? Can you make it? Plastic has pretty high acceleration. I wonder if you could make this because of the plastic extra acceleration. It looks so far, and it's such a tiny space you have to aim for. What about this direction? Too far, surely. I don't think. Yeah, no, it's gonna land like here. I feel like your best bet, probably, unfortunately, floor 6 here. Or actually, floor... Maybe you could go there? It's hard to say. I don't know what this is. What is the leaderboard command? For example, leaderboard. There's a bunch. Ixon, Hazard, both falling. Well, what's gonna be? It's gonna be the loop that I spotted on floor 6, I think. Is this going far enough? Well, we'll find out. Yeah. There it is. Scary. What is the platform even for? Probably just decoration. Don't think it's meant to be landed on. But it's not too bad for Lars. Not the worst case scenario. So we go back. The run continues 1.5 hours in. Hazard starting a new run. Ixon also. Getting those first few floors down. The new car is not out yet. It's gonna be on 22nd. I think this is like the 5th or 6th fall. This one went a little bit further, I guess. But yeah, like, Lars hasn't been below floor 6 now in 1 hour and 20 minutes. Are both Scrappy and Virtual on half-pipe flip onto beam? No, I don't think Scrappy is up there yet, from what I know. Virtual should be there, yes. Well, Virtual, unless Virtual is PB'd, actually still doing the previous section. So Virtual is still on the weird quarter pipes just before the half loop spin jump on 11. Scrappy got to floor 11 as well. I'm not 100% what the progress is there. Hello, Zeke. Was the occasional pipe section fail? Usually it's the second one though. Usually it's the miss the pool jump, you know? Like you get through the first one and then on the second one you don't line up correctly and you kind of drop off from here instead of jumping from here. So then you miss this one and then it's either landing on the dirt or you fall most likely all the way down. The new car will have new physics. New physics as in it is the physics pretty close to the original version of that car, which was in the very first Trackmania game 20 years ago. Grenade is very close to floor 10, very close to the ice stuff, in the very final jump on floor 9. So yeah, nothing should change with the stadium car, at least, you know, we've heard nothing that something would change. But the new car will probably behave in different ways on every surface. Not sure what, like, desert car ice will look like, for example. Interestingly, the snow car is completely useless on ice. It's so bad. It's worse than the stadium car by far. The rally car is the rally car is better on ice than the snow car. Imagine that. So the thing about the new cars is that in the very first Trackmania game, you didn't have these surfaces. Oh, Lars. Oh no. Oh no, Lars. Oh no, not this time. This time, the tunnel is a bit more punishing. It's always so shaky. Eventually it has to happen, right? Because like it always kind of looks like this. It's very strange. Okay, I don't know where Ixon is or what this is, but looks kind of rough to save. Very interesting that you can even drive like this. Doesn't look very promising. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so you didn't have all these like plastic wet wheel ice things in the old game. So they're kind of like adding new ways to play these cars, new sort of interactions on different surfaces. No, I know that with the snow car you can play like the super turbo maps on ice. But all I'm saying is that the car is very bad when you just drive on ice, right? It doesn't turn, doesn't really have the power to climb a simple uphill. Snow car is great on ice if you want to go in a straight line. That's true. It's true, you can spin around and the car will not turn. Well, here we are then. Everyone kind of trying to get those higher floor attempts going. Hazard also on floor 4. Which car would be the second best for another Team 3 if they were to use a different car? It's really hard to say because the other cars are much simpler. Like, really the rally car and the snow car mostly boil down to smooth steering. Whereas the stadium car, you know, you can do speed slides, can't do those on those cars. You can't, you know, do, like, there's no real, like, drift strategies that, you know, Hazard just did there, for example. There's some, like, unique things, like, you know, rally car ice is kind of unique, and snow car has some pretty interesting, unique maps made for it with turbos, for example. But, like, overall, yeah, it's... Stadium car just has the most techniques and the most mechanics with it, so I feel like overall, if you were to build like a rally car tower map, I think it would just end up repeating itself a lot. There have been some rally car like trial maps already though, but I feel like it's a very sort of novelty thing. It's not really like a... You can't expand as much on it as on this car. The stadium car. Do we know what blocks will come out with Desert? Not really. They have a trailer, and it seems like it's gonna be at least the sort of small quarter pipes, you know, and also the desert, you know, classic scenery. But we don't have like a full list yet. Trailer doesn't show all that much. You can trust me, you can do really funky shit with Rally Car. I trust you. I've seen some things, I've seen some clips. But ultimately, you know, not a lot of stuff that you would build a tower out of, I think. Does Trackmania have a deep equivalent? It has like a tradition of building towers, yeah. Not really anything of this scale. But it has a lot of towers. Sure. Seems like an off day for most players. Well, I don't know. It really seems to be Elcon. Even Elcon played in the morning, right? Timo has been playing. Lars is playing, Hazard is playing, Bren has played. So yeah, I don't really know who's missing apart from like virtual. Scrappy maybe hasn't played today. Thank you, Ninja. I appreciate it. Getting a bit late for most. Actually, it's getting a bit late for me as well. I'm noticing that I've now been here for... Well, not here, but I've been live for 11 hours. We can check this hazard run here, and then call it. Lars, here's Waldo. A little bit further even. Scrappy did play? Okay, yeah, fair enough. So not too many players missing. I think it's just that less players are doing like long days right now. Yeah, it could be 3 hours with hazard runs here, but let's check it out. Odegaard is floor 13. It's currently tied between Ren and Hazard. Both making the duck jump. I don't know if anyone's like waiting for more discoveries because no one else has even cleared floor 12 yet. You would imagine that you would want to, you know, get there. Like maybe when you get to floor 13 you can be like, okay, well, let's let these guys figure it out and I'm gonna take a small break. I don't think you do that if you're like a full floor behind like these others are. People are tired for sure. And you know, weekend is like a pretty good time to also take a break, you know. It's probably pretty warm in many countries too, so you know, go outside, you do something completely different to mentally reset because you've been playing this map for like 130 hours in the last 2 weeks. Seems reasonable. So I think that's kind of what's happening with many. And it could mean that once those players come back into the play, they will also be able to really improve really quickly. Because they're like more like rested and they're able to focus more. A little bit of Lars. A little bit of the recovery wave. Well, the two will meet. Maybe not. Oh, is Lars still there? Reset. Unfortunate. Back to the bottom then. But Lars getting really nice runs going in general. Has had a good day. Has made a personal best in floor 12. Not only once, but equaled it 3 times. We'll be getting more runs into it for sure. Worked a whole shift and you're still alive from when I woke up. Hey, that's what it is. Appreciate your informed dialogue and grind in preserving this event. Thank you. I try. Is the cut they found really worth it? Yes. It skips something pretty difficult. Well, something that looks very difficult. We can of course ask the mapper, Plexity, any comment on what's being skipped? How would you rate this? We don't really know. No one's tried this. But you go here, right? You go into this, hug the wall, and then flip into the wall, right? Plastic bounce here, up the ice, and you ice slide up, and you go here. And then you go here. So this is what you're skipping. Then into the plastic, presumably go here. There's another plastic base here as well. So yeah, with the shortcuts you're dropping directly from here, dropping to this point, and then you just jump here. I do wonder, now that I'm looking at this, I do wonder if there's something that could be like up here too. After all. Doesn't really seem like it. Like, could you do something from this platform? Not really. You'd end up in the same place, right? But it does make you think. It does make you think when there's like this kind of a plastic here, and then there's this kind of a plastic here. Are there like, you know, multiple routes on purpose. It is difficult to say. Oh, Hazard, in the meantime. Well, car's moving. How's it gonna land? Well, it does land. Back to the recovery. We'll see what this floor 13 will be. I feel like the entire floor will make a lot more sense once we get a little bit further. Eventually. It does look like a lot. Yeah, no one's ever tried the normal way. I don't know, because, like, we can sort of clearly continue the map from where the players are right now, trying to do the plastic bounce. So it doesn't really feel like it's like a full meme path that they're trying to do. I guess we'll see. Eventually there's going to be a checkpoint version, I suppose. And in the checkpoint version, you might be forced to do the intended way. Most likely. So that's something. It does look like a really cool part, the whole bowl thing. Third time's the charm. Looks pretty good. Lands it. Let's watch this through. See what happens. Good landings here. Lars still on the server too, but maybe taking a small break after that endless run. My pleasure. Round brackets. Yeah, I'm still wondering, like, what's really intended and what's unintended on this new floor. I think we'll need to wait. Right now the big question mark... In line. Right now the big question mark obviously is the plastic bounce, right? Plastic bounce that Hazard and Bren have both failed. Someone needs to find a setup. Still surprised how I don't know quite a lot of the players on this server. There's like a pretty mixed sort of collection of people here. Hazard obviously doesn't need an introduction at this point. Extremely good trail player. Ixon also, the trail skill set is strong. Has been getting a new personal best today. Floor 9 reached. Kansika, I know, is a very good full speed player, especially. I am not sure about the Munch guy. Not familiar. Whiskey, one of the mappers. Sneaky Annie, another streamer. I feel like I know most people, at least by name. Balin has also been casting. J-Dog, I know, is another streamer. Khaki enjoyer. Played the seasons a bunch. Oh, another turtle. Savable. Ain't a long way here. Valen did the voice lines as well, yes. There we go. Oh, Stealth JT? Yeah, Stealth JT has been more of a like a casual, newer player. Has been really grinding this map, like 100+ hours. And it's an interesting sort of interesting contrast as well. It's cool to see someone who's a little bit newer to the game try this map out and see how far they can really get when they like push themselves. I think right now Stealth is on floor 3. Spiderbite, thank you so much for the tier 1. Bob Parker hasn't been on the server. Haven't seen Bob. Hazard, probably sick and tired of this floor at this point, honestly. Not that it's a bad floor at all. Actually quite like this one. I think it has a really good rhythm to it, with the like 3 turtle sections and everything. But you do this so much. Like after floor 1 and 2, this has to be your most played floor. It always happens when you fail something above, you fall down here, you do it again, then you fall again, you do it again. All the time. Every single run seems to go like that. What happened to Bob Parker? Bob Parker's run wasn't a run, just numbers on the leaderboard, so it was removed. There was a deep themed track of the day actually, when the event came out 2 weeks ago. Here we go. I would believe that Bob Parker could get 66 meters into the map. I think that's possible. I do, Bleary. For lower bit rates that Twitch allows, generally results in like a little bit cleaner picture. Well, back to the jump. Landing. There we go. Lars has left the server. Fully done for the day. Lars did really well though. Like all those floor 12 attempts, it's looking really solid. Oh. Bit of a shaky landing, but works out fine. Doing just fine. Exxon maybe could get some runs going still. Failed on floor 9, not too far from where Hazard is right now, actually. Unfortunately, didn't get this next turbo landing. Very close to 1,000 meters. The early hours today seem to have been the most productive ones. Elcon and well, who else? Bren, I guess. To some extent, Hazard as well. You know, was kind of in the afternoon. Yeah, it does seem like those hours maybe are a bit more productive, but it's also like Elcon has set some really good runs, like well past midnight and such. Hazard is tied on 413 with Bren on the plastic bones still. How much longer do you think until someone finally beats it at the current rate of progress? I don't know. It's impossible to say. It's really depending on the difficulty and the pathfinding of the final floors. We could be talking about next week, if someone does some really insane discoveries. Could be talking about 3 more weeks. We'll see. Apparently, the highest floors look very difficult at the very least. Depends. Floor 11 looked pretty difficult too. Hazard, back to the final part here, floor 9. Down to the tunnel. Bouncing through. Then to the left. Up we go. I think Deep Dit 2 will not take 35 years. We'll see, I guess. Hazard, clean landing, should be making it to the next floor. Ice Cold by Maverick. Seen this one a couple times today. Hazard has struggled a little bit with the ice spin. World record is floor 13. Just looks like it's floor 14 because the maximum height that has been reached has been close to that. Really what makes this map difficult is the lack of practice. Like, you know, you need 30 minutes to get to this floor on this run, right? Like, that's a super inefficient way to practice these kinds of ice slides. Having to do 30 minutes of other stuff to just get a chance to, like, try these one time, and then you fail, and then you need to start again, right? So that is really the issue. The higher we go on the tower, the less practice you will get, the more inefficient practice will be. So eventually the practice will happen. It's not that these things are so difficult that they're literally undoable for the players, they just can't get that practice. So over time they will get more and more into the higher floors, and then, you know, they learn those things, and then they get into the final floors, and then, you know, eventually they have learned everything and they're ready to finish the map. Into the pool. Here we go. Floor 13 overlapping floor 12 is definitely a good thing. That does enable some recoveries on the early part, at least. And okay, ice spin works. And there are definitely ways to also get back to the beginning of the floor. "30 minutes might be pushing it, but sub 40 minutes should be doable." Here we go. What jump or trick is the hardest? Depends on the player, I suppose. The ice spin is still probably the hardest for a lot of players. But I do think it has to be like the floor 11, either the high jump or maybe the one of the like final jumps. They're pretty speed checked. Well, let's see. It's a good line. We go through. Thank you, Gray. Welcome. Floor 11. No, this is kind of old news at this point, honestly. Important step, of course. But Hazard here has been also making it through floor 12. All the way to floor 13. So floor 11 starting to become one of those... How would I put it? One of those floors that you just need to do every time. Landing. It's clean. Very nicely done. Those jumps still very difficult. Landing is good. And into the pool. Villa doesn't get excited anymore. This is maybe the... I don't know... 10th floor 11 we've seen today? Maybe 15th? It's just becoming very common for these players. Floor 12 though, floor 12, that's where things are starting to get more real. Back wheel clip. Oh, a little bit short on speed. Oh, that's a big fall. That's the high jump. The jump that's hard. Probably the highest, probably the hardest jump of the floor, honestly. Okay. Well, I think at this point we might be also calling it past 11 hours uptime. Well, I didn't jinx anyone. I just said that the jump is hard. I think everyone knows that it's hard. But it could be that we are gonna call it so I don't fall asleep during floor 13 attempts. But that's okay. Hazard streaming. We can join. We've been watching Hazard a bunch. Feels reasonable that we would, you know, jump in there as well. Hazard pretty much the only one getting those runs going, so let's do that. Deserves the support. I haven't rated Hazard yet, and I feel like, you know, Hazard has been a pretty great part of this whole journey, so I'm gonna go to Hazard this time. You will get to see also the POV session